Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, November 20th, 2025. The time is 10:17 a.m. and we are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and on Zoom. I'm calling to order this public hearing on four measures: Bill 26-429, the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025, Bill 26-177, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025, Bill 26-359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025, and PR 26-356, the Rental Housing Commission Adam R. Hunter Confirmation Resolution of 2025. I want to thank everyone for being here, whether you're testifying, listening, or just trying to understand what is going on in our city. I will give brief remarks on each of the four bills we are discussing today before opening up to my colleagues who will probably come in and out throughout the day. I'll start with Bill 26-429, the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025, which I introduced with Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Bonds, and Councilmember Nadeau. This bill is simple and important. It reaffirms the district's long-standing law and practice since 1985. Affordable housing created or preserved through the low-income housing tax credit program is exempt from rent stabilization rules. For almost 40 years, everyone from the city to housing providers has followed that rule. A recent court decision overturned that practice, placing almost 100 apartment buildings and more than 11,000 affordable homes at risk of foreclosure. This bill restores clarity for tenants and housing providers, protects affordable homes, and ensures that the housing we have worked so hard to preserve remains stable for the long term. Bill 26-177, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025, was introduced by Councilmember Louis George and co-introduced by Council members Bond and Nadeau. This bill would prevent housing providers from evicting tenants on any day when the temperature is predicted to exceed 95 degrees. The district already prevents evictions when the temperature falls below 32 degrees, and this legislation applies that same logic to extreme heat. Unfortunately, climate change is driving more frequent and severe heat waves each year, and the health risks associated with heat exposure are serious, especially for children, the elderly, and other vulnerable residents. Bill 26-359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025, was introduced by Councilmember Nadeau. This bill would create a new division within the Department of Housing and Community Development to oversee tenant buyout agreements, enforce clear requirements, and make the process more transparent for both tenants and housing providers. The bill also directs the Rental Housing Commission to set a cap on buyout offers. I appreciate the goal of protecting tenants from unfair and unclear offers. At the same time, I have concerns about how those requirements would affect the district's already slowed housing market. I look forward to hearing from witnesses today and learning more about how this bill would work in practice. Finally, Bill 26-356, the Rental Housing Commission Adam R. Hunter Confirmation Resolution of 2025, was introduced by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor. The Rental Housing Commission is an independent agency that hears appeals that arise from the Office of Administrative Hearings, issues rulemakings for the administration of the Rental Housing Act, and certifies the annual rent adjustment. Judge Hunter was appointed to the Rental Housing Commission in 2022 and became chair in February 2024. He brings litigation experience representing both landlords and tenants in Superior Court and currently serves as an adjunct professor at Howard University School of Law. Today, we will discuss his tenure, his leadership of the commission, and his goals for another term. Before we start hearing from public witnesses, and we hear from public witnesses before government witnesses, I want to lay out ground rules. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list. I will call those on the witness list in panels. Folks who have testified before know that my committee we use the witness list as a guide, but we also do our best to get everyone's statement, and that means we need to give the staff some flexibility to move folks up and down, as well as to assemble reasonable sized panels for the witness table here in the hearing room, which only has 4 chairs. So please listen closely when I'm calling up witnesses, and I want to thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. When I call your name as part of a witness panel, if you are here in the hearing room, please come take a seat at the witness table in front of me. For folks on Zoom, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so that you can testify. You may need to click accept promotion. When you are promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying as commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. After that, we will hear from our government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. Last important note, you will see me looking down quite a lot and my team looking down quite a lot during testimony. I promise you we are listening. I take notes so that I can track the testimonies. My team takes notes as well and is doing other things to administer the hearing, but it's important that folks know when you come to testify, I do care enough to listen. I just don't want you to think I'm not listening if I'm looking down. So we will start with our first panel of public witnesses who I believe are here in person. Maya Brennan, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition, Stephen Palmer, Director of Public Policy, Housing, and Erica Waddlington, Vice President of Policy and Strategic Affairs for the DC Building Industry Association, and Mel Zahn, Supervising Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Maya Brennan, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, council member and chairman of the committee, Chairman White. Good morning, committee members, staff, and folks watching. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition, formerly known as CNHED. Our over 180 members represent a substantial portion of DC's affordable housing and preservation ecosystem, including affordable housing developers, housing counselors, resident advocates, and CDFIs. I'm here to testify in support of Bill 26-429, the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Clarification Amendment Act of 2025. The need for this legislation emerged in August of this year, when a justice in the DC Superior Court ruled that DC's exemption of federally or district subsidized properties from rent control did not apply if the subsidy came from the low-income housing tax credit. Because the low-income housing tax credit is, to put it bluntly, as clear as mud, I will attempt to clarify both why these units have always been considered subsidized and the harms that would come from allowing the court's misinformed position to stand. So first, LIHTC as an eligible subsidy. In 1986, the federal government created a new way to subsidize rental housing. It's called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, or LIHTC. It's since become the main federal affordable housing subsidy for both preservation and new construction. Previously, federal subsidies for affordable rental development were either too little to get much affordability or so high that they posed a tempting resource to cut during Congress's annual appropriation battles. By finding a way to use the tax code to generate substantial development subsidies, the creation of the LIHTC helped federal policymakers bypass both of these issues. The low-income housing tax credit works by converting a stream of future tax credits into upfront cash that buys down the mortgage that a property needs. In exchange, the property holds certain units as income restricted and reduces their rents accordingly. But this approach to subsidy did not exist in 1985 when DC's rent control law was written. DC's rent control law, which dates back to 1985, exempts any housing accommodation with respect to which the mortgage or rent is federally or district subsidized. Since the creation of the LIHTC, the rent control law has been routinely interpreted to exempt LIHTC properties as subsidized in accordance with the way that LIHTC was created. Now, if the rent control exemption for subsidized housing changes, here's what we have. It's been a predictable feature of DC's housing ecosystem for years, the exemption of subsidized housing from rent control. Both lenders and LIHTC investors have funded the preservation of affordability in DC based on this exemption. If the rules change, it would harm both current properties and put the future of LIHTC lending and investment at risk. Using data from the DC Preservation Catalog, a resource freely available via housinginsights.org, the coalition identified that nearly 100 properties have a LIHTC subsidy but would presumably otherwise have been subject to rent control. The more than 11,000 units in these properties are relying on their owners' ability to pay the mortgage in order to keep the housing affordable. Those mortgage payments, however, are based on the property's potential rent revenue. So disrupting the rent formula would put the properties at risk. DC's affordable housing providers are barely seeing a hint of sunshine after some extremely challenging years, and we cannot afford as a district to put new obstacles in the path of affordable housing success. Housing providers and residents are both part of the social compact. Both parties need each other. We ask today that the council clarify what many of us have long known. LIHTC is a federal housing subsidy, has been since its inception, and therefore LIHTC units are exempt from rent control and have been since their inception. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. I'll post my written testimony with more details shortly.
Thanks so much, Stephen Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Stephen Palmer. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Housing And, or a nonprofit membership association for folks working to build affordable housing across the capital region of Greater Washington, Baltimore, and Richmond. I'm testifying today in support of Bill 26-429, the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025, bit of a mouthful, which would have reaffirmed the well-established understanding that all committed affordable housing in DC is exempt from rent stabilization, including buildings developed using low-income housing tax credits or LIHTCs. This clarification is necessary, as Maya just described, due to a recent order in Superior Court that improperly concluded that buildings developed using LIHTCs are not exempt from rent stabilization. Although the order is not binding on future cases, it could set a precedent followed by other judges and must be quickly and permanently refuted by council. Since the district established its current version of rent stabilization in the Rental Housing Act of 1985, quote, any housing accommodations with respect to which the mortgage or rent is federally or district subsidized, unquote, have been exempt from rent stabilization requirements. This has always made logical sense. Rents for committed affordable housing operate differently than market buildings that are traditionally subject to rent stabilization. Committed affordable units and LIHTC units are only available to residents making a certain percentage of area median income, or AMI, typically between 0 and 80%. LIHTC rents are capped at 30% of a fixed monthly AMI, and while rent stabilization seeks to prevent providers from raising rents beyond a relative standard, LIHTC rents are actually capped at a standard based on affordability. Legally, the order in the Milestone case does not make any sense. The court makes several jejune arguments to conclude that a building financed with LIHTCs is not subsidized, including pointing to dictionary definitions of the word subsidy to argue that only, quote, direct monetary assistance can be considered a subsidy. There's no need to refer to dictionary definitions to understand why this is illogical. LIHTCs are used to fill the financial gap created when a new building is made affordable by reducing its rents below market rent. By providing the necessary investment in new affordable projects that will yield reduced revenue due to their reduced rents, LIHTC has historically been an exceptionally powerful means of developing affordable housing. In effect, LIHTC is a capital subsidy that arrives at the start of a project instead of an operating subsidy that arrives at the end. The tax credits provided by the government are only available for housing that has below market rents and that is made available only to low-income residents. If that is not a subsidy, I am not sure what is. Market rate housing available to all and committed affordable housing are entirely different things, and it is perfectly sensible to exempt the latter from a policy designed exclusively for the former. Further, it's a practical necessity to continue to exempt committed affordable housing from rent stabilization. Maximum rents in a LIHTC building are carefully planned out based on area median income, and thus these buildings often operate on razor-thin margins. Suddenly applying rent stabilization to these rents will throw the finances of many of the district's affordable buildings into uncertainty. At a time when non-payment of rent in DC is abnormally and historically high due to a perfect storm of district policies that have only recently been corrected through the passage of the Rental Act, adding yet another impediment to the management of LIHTC housing would be a devastating blow to the district's already struggling affordable housing stock. I also want to note the importance of the applicability section added to the permanent bill, different from the emergency bill. My sense from Housing and members and practitioners in the field is that the emergency legislation has generally achieved the council's intent to prevent challenges to a LIHTC building's rent scheme based on the erroneous argument that rent stabilization should apply. However, the emergency legislation did not explicitly apply this clarification retroactively. This has been used to argue that LIHTC buildings were subject to rent stabilization prior to the effective date of the emergency, a question that is actively under litigation at the moment. My understanding of this bill's intent is to clarify that all LIHTC buildings are exempt from rent stabilization and always have been. And that's why the applicability section in the permanent bill is so important, and it's something that I encourage swift passage of to correct any misinterpretation by the courts. As always, Housing and our members are happy to support the committee in its efforts to pass this legislation and strengthen DC's affordable housing ecosystem. Happy to answer any questions. I'll submit my testimony.
Thank you very much. Erica Waddlington, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Erica Waddlington. I am a Ward 5 resident and the Vice President of Policy at DCBIA. As shared in my full written testimony, we support the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment and encourage the committee to move forward with making this measure permanent. However, I'm also testifying today on Bill 26-359, which we are raising strong opposition to. Unfortunately, that bill represents a significant overreach that would ultimately discourage voluntary agreements, slow down transactions, and create new risk and liabilities for tenants, housing providers, and title companies. It should be noted that this bill focuses on monetary payments as a form of consideration, and it also removes the flexibility necessary to negotiate agreements tailored to individual circumstances, and most importantly, it removes building repairs and capital improvements from that equation. Buyouts are situational. The appropriate compensation depends on building conditions, timing, market conditions, a tenant needs and financial constraints, and even upcoming capital improvements, to name a few things. But as this committee is well aware, DCBIA is open to different approaches to mitigating the abuse of buyout agreements as it narrowly relates to TOPA. But this bill goes beyond that. It impacts contracting rights between a tenant and a landlord across the board. If a framework were to be imposed on limiting consideration, it should allow for flexibility. This proposal ultimately does not strike that balance between mitigating abuse and allowing for productive negotiations to take place. Second, this bill proposes unworkable guidelines for determining buyout amounts. It sets a minimum relocation assistance and a maximum to an amount determined by the Rental Housing Commission based on arbitrary factors. Title companies cannot assure against these factors. Further, it is unclear to our members who would resolve disputes over thresholds or disbursement amounts. Additionally, the bill requires that comparable tenants receive the same amounts, only accounting for household and unit size. But it does not define comparable, and it fails to account for the fact that a tenant may be offered the same buyout a former tenant did 5 years prior without considering changes, again, to building or market conditions. It is important to note that this bill not only addresses TOPA buyouts, but offers to voluntarily vacate, which could include tenants whose income may exceed limits determined by tax credit restrictions, or tenants engaged in maybe a criminal activity or a habitual lease violation, as an example, that will cause an offer to vacate. These, we believe, also create significant barriers in addition to administrative burdens. So a buyout offer and agreement must be filed with DHCD within 60 days, which adds an unnecessary red tape and also privacy concerns. Tenant buyouts are also governed by robust district laws that ensure tenants know their rights and have legal recourse. This bill adds duplicative requirements that divert limited resource from actual housing production and preservation. The bill also mandates that buyouts be paid in full immediately upon execution. This is often impractical and could invalidate many agreements, preventing title companies and underwriting transactions. In large buildings, let's say a high payout is baked into the sale of a price, and that may exceed what a buyer can pay upfront. Even using escrow does not resolve this issue, as lender requirements on the disbursement of funds and what they can be used for adds further complexity. In conclusion, this bill would undermine recently enacted Rental Act by signaling to the district it's not serious about reducing regulatory burdens on housing providers and attracting developers and investors away from building in other jurisdictions. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. And Mel Zahn, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mel Zond. I'm a supervising attorney at Legal Aid's housing unit, and I'm also a tenant in Ward 5. Legal Aid opposes the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act. Buyout agreements can be used to exploit tenants. However, this bill will fail to prevent exploitative buyout agreements. Tenant organizing is the essential solution to empowering tenants and preventing unfair buyout agreements. When abused, buyout agreements can drive displacement and can deprive tenants of their rights under DC law. Recently, Council has considered buyout agreements in the context of TOPA. However, at Legal Aid, we see landlords offer buyout agreements to tenants in all kinds of situations outside of TOPA. For example, in the Legal Aid housing unit, most of our work occurs in landlord-tenant court. In these cases, landlords will sometimes offer tenants money in exchange for permanently agreeing to give up their homes. Buyout agreements are just exchanges for money in exchange for tenancy rights. There's nothing specifically tying them to TOPA. Buyout offers are particularly concerning when they're made to individual tenants who haven't yet had the chance to organize. I've spoken to tenants who feel pressure to accept a buyout offer from their landlord. These tenants sometimes tell me that they're worried about being evicted and believe that they have no choice but to accept a buyout offer. When I tell these tenants that their landlords can't evict them without good cause, they often express relief. If tenants don't have the knowledge they need about their rights, then they risk being exploited by unfair buyout agreements. However, this bill will not prevent exploitative buyout agreements. First, the creation of a cap on buyout amounts is misplaced and an unreasonable burden to expect RHC to meet to come up with these caps. Landlords are never under any obligation to make a buyout offer they don't want to make. Landlords are often the more savvy partner in a negotiation, and the problem isn't that buyouts are too high. The problem is that the buyout can be exploitative and can drive displacement. When I'm advising tenants whether to consider a buyout agreement, I usually help them think through the increased expenses that they'll be taking on if they give up their tenancy. These expenses can include costs associated with moving, such as application fees, security deposits, hiring moving trucks and movers. And I also suggest that tenants investigate other homes that might be appropriate for their families. Once they've identified some potential new homes, I work with them to calculate the increased rent costs that they might be facing over the years if they give up their current tenancy. It'll be nearly impossible for the Rental Housing Commission to calculate a fair maximum buyout offer that applies across the board when all of these complex considerations are before tenants when deciding whether or not to accept a buyout. Further, we're concerned by the bill's expectation that DHCD will have the capacity to monitor buyouts and enforce this legislation. DHCD already struggles with the burden to enforce its current responsibilities, and we worry about its ability to do this as well. In Legal Aid's view, the best tool to prevent exploitative buyout agreements is tenant organizing. And we ask Council to continue funding for community-based organizations that will be essential in preventing exploitative buyout agreements and displacement going forward. For these reasons, Legal Aid opposes this bill. Thank you for the time to testify, and I will be submitting written testimony.
Thanks so much to this panel. Let me recognize my colleague, Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis-George. We'll give you extra time if you have a statement as well.
Thank you. Yes, I just have a statement. The Facilities Committee is about to start at 11 a.m. So I've just come over for a second just to speak to one piece of legislation, if I may.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for bringing us together today and for giving us the chance to speak about something very simple and very human, keeping people safe in dangerous heat. I know people may not remember their heat right now since we're in the middle of the cold, but I ask you to think back. Anyone who has spent a summer in DC knows how intense our heat can be. The temperatures climb, the humidity settles in, and whole parts of the city feel like they're baking, especially neighbors with lots of concrete and not enough trees. As our summers get hotter, many of the residents who are most sensitive to heat are seniors, our young kids, people with chronic health conditions, and people with disabilities are also struggling to get by in an economy that keeps costs high and incomes low. These are the neighbors who are most at risk during a heat wave and often have the least access to things like air conditioning or easy medical care. When you look at exposure and vulnerability together, the divide in our city becomes clear. Some communities are facing extreme heat with fewer resources and greater health risk. We already are taking steps as a city to protect people during heat emergencies, opening cooling centers, sending alerts, and urging folks to check on each other. But none of that helps if someone is being forced out of their home on a dangerously hot day. This is a precaution we already take in the winter when temperature drops, and we need to recognize that heat also can be a killer. Housing is the first line of protection against extreme temperatures. Without it, the risk becomes life-threatening. That's why the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025 is so important. It's a straightforward change. On any day when the National Weather Service predicts by 8 a.m. that temperatures will rise above 95 degrees at National Airport, evictions would be paused. That's it. No one should be put out of their home when stepping outside can send them to an emergency room or worse. This is about basic decency. It's about making sure our neighbors, our grandparents, our kids, and anyone struggling to make ends meet aren't left out in the heat when their bodies are least able to handle it. It is aligning what we already do for extreme cold and acknowledging the similar risk that exists on hot days. It's a small step with a big impact, and it reflects the kind of community we want to be. One where we look out for each other, especially when the weather turns dangerous. This bill does that, and in doing so, it protects people's lives when they are experiencing one of the most catastrophic events a family can experience in evictions. Thank you, Councilmember White, for holding this hearing. I hope to see this bill marked up and move along so that we, together as a council and community, can protect our neighbors and continue looking out for each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fruman, do you have an opening statement?
I'm going to forego an opening statement. Thank you.
Well, let me ask a few questions to this panel. Let me start with Maya Brennan and Stephen Palmer. How would applying rent stabilization to LIHTC buildings impact residents?
So the impacts on residents are a combination. One is residents are always impacted when the stability and operations of their building are impacted. So when the revenue available to a building and their ability to pay debt service changes, that affects the ability to pay for repairs. That affects the ability of the building to stay out of foreclosure and out of risk. So if the rent stabilization rules start to apply to low-income housing tax credit buildings, you're effectively changing the rules of the game in the middle of the game, making it so that an owner who bought or financed their property under certain terms, recognizing what they would have to be able to pay for the next 30 years down the road, would no longer actually know how much they have available as revenue or have as much predictability there. And that affects all of the things that an owner then needs to pay for, which affect the residents. The other piece in terms of how it might affect residents from a rent level, that one is completely unclear. It would be fantastic if we had access to the data that we will soon have from the rent registry. That would help us know whether the rents in rent-controlled buildings are higher or lower than the low-income housing tax credit currently allows for them. And the further piece is around rent increases in the buildings. The increase rules would be very different. So effectively, in terms of like an economic stance, it is very complicated to be able to tell, but for all the buildings where the economics become challenging, it directly affects residents.
Stephen, LIHTC rents can still sometimes be unaffordable for tenants. And let me just make sure my facts are right. So how are LIHTC rents set? I think you mentioned this in your testimony, but if you could.
Sure. So they're basically just capped based on area median income. So it's not related to the kind of individual tenant's rent. So they could be unaffordable depending on what the tenant makes compared to what the rent is. But generally, they're capped kind of at the outset at 30% of typically 60% AMI.
And what about increases? How are increases to rent set?
So the increases only occur if there is some change that AMI allows for an increased rent. The kind of covenant you enter into when you build a LIHTC building is to keep rents at that, X percent AMI level.
Okay. Are there any other methods the council should consider to bring LIHTC rents closer in line to what tenants can afford?
Well, there's plenty of examples of buildings that have various types of subsidy. LIHTC's one that is capital subsidy to allow the building to get built. Plenty of affordable buildings use other tenant-based subsidies to subsidize the tenant's rent and make it more affordable, and to kind of allow for operating subsidy to work in tandem with the capital subsidy.
So what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is we have multiple tools to make housing more affordable. One of them is rent stabilization or rent control. One is LIHTC. But these are different programs, and because of this court ruling, we're kind of smashing one into the other, and it could have impacts on the ability to keep buildings, maintain buildings, and eventually the tenant's ability to stay in the building if it's not maintained. Is that generally the position?
I'd say so.
Yeah, that is correct. And the neither of them set rents based on the individual income of the tenant in the unit. So in either case, you may find yourself in the situation that you described about LIHTC, where the tenant is actually paying more than 30% of their income. That is possible in either of those scenarios.
Right. Okay. And one of the things I'm examining from a public policy standpoint is, yes, there's a scenario in which if we do nothing as a council, rents would likely go down for a number of people living in LIHTC buildings, but that will directly impact the ability to maintain those buildings, and in many cases, the ability of the building owner to hold on to it. So there's a public policy issue that we have to examine here.
The rents, by the way, wouldn't necessarily go down. We don't actually know what the rents are in rent-controlled units. So for the LIHTC buildings, the rents would either stay the same or go down depending on what happens, and we won't know the answer to that until we have a rent registry with full information.
Okay. Erica Waddlington, thank you for your testimony on the buyout agreements. One of the things, the terms you mentioned in your testimony was mitigating abuse. And I think I've not asked Councilmember Nadeau if that's the main thing she's trying to get at. If I live in a building, I probably want to know what other people are being offered in a buyout, so that I know if I'm being made an offer that's too low. Do you think that level of transparency would be helpful? And if so, is there a way to get to it outside of what this bill recommends?
I do think that there's a way to address the abuse situation, because that's something that we had, discussed, with the committee during the rental ad conversations, as it relates to sometimes buyouts occur in the TOPA process under consideration, what is negotiated between the tenant association and individual tenants when a building is transacted. And we've noticed that there can be some types of unwieldy, exploitation of that process, and to have some frameworks around that, around what consideration is, whether it is building improvements as the committee defined, whether it's relocation costs in inclusion to afford more affordability for the project, negotiating those things in that form is fairly appropriate. This bill goes beyond that, unfortunately, and it also includes offer to vacates, which having a concern that I raised in my testimony about the ability to negotiate freely between tenant and landlord, how it's framed and how it kind of ties that hand is something that we think the committee should definitely look into, about whether or not this falls in an interpretation of like a potential legal challenge.
Melzon, do you have anything to add on that? Whether there's, if the transparency that I think this bill is intended to help achieve, probably more, but that's a piece I'm looking at. Is that transparency helpful? And if so, is there another way to get at that?
Transparency is certainly a serious concern of ours in these contexts, and particularly I think we're all concerned about buyout offers that may have discriminatory results, where different people may be getting different offers because of protected classes, all of those kinds of concerns. I do think in our current environment, the buildings where I see the most success for everybody and where I see the fairest outcomes are where there is organization, there is a tenant organizer involved, the tenants are working together to consider what's before them and what their options are. I think that tends to have the best results. So I think continuing both to fund community-based organizations to do that tenant organizing, and also continuing to bolster and enforce the rights of tenants to continue to organize is essential to maintaining some amount of fairness in that process.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman, did you have questions for this panel?
I do, just a couple. You did ask most of them, so, but on the LIHTC piece, I mean, I do think this is intriguing because mechanically, it would only apply if there's a renovation of a building that was built before 1976. Is that right? Because rent stabilization doesn't apply to newer buildings, so that's the setting in which it happens. And I guess there is, as you said, Ms. Brennan, there's a question of what are the rents in those buildings today, because they then become the base, although there's probably a vacancy adjustment if the building is emptied and converted to a LIHTC building, there's an adjustment. So whether that's higher or lower than what you would get from a LIHTC 80, say it was for 80% AMI, say AMI was $100,000, 80% would be $80,000, 30% would be $24,000, so $2,000 a month, that would be the rent that you might get for that. But the rent stabilized rent might be higher, and particularly if there's an adjustment. And then I think you answered my question about what happens in terms of escalation. There's only escalation in the LIHTC setting if the average median income goes up. So it could be, I mean, we would want that average median income to go up a lot, but might not go up that much. Meanwhile, on the rent stabilized side, it's CPI plus 2%. I mean, I think over time, you would get way more money in the rent stabilized setting, or you might get more money in the rent stabilized setting than you do in the through the LIHTC calculation. But that would only be because the rents were unaffordable to 80% AMI. So if we go down this other route, I suspect that the whole LIHTC program fails, that it doesn't reach the people who it was intended to reach. Either the buildings are shorted and they can't do maintenance or they can't maintain their financing, or the rents are so high that they're not achievable by the people for whom the city intended them to be achievable. So I'm all with you on this. I guess my only question out of I think I've learned from your presentations and Councilmember White's questions, but my big question here is, Stephen, did I hear you say that they made jejune arguments?
You did. I don't get to use my law degree often, but I figured I'd make some use of it today.
So, good for you. I'm trying to remember, is the only other place I've heard that word from a Woody Allen album of his Nightclub years, or Annie Hall? Is that with Marshall McLuhan where he pulls them? Anyway, do you recall?
I'll plead the fifth on whether I found it in a thesaurus or knew it from my brain.
All right. Okay. It's quite a thing when Ms. Waddington and Mr. Zond, when the Building Association and Legal Aid come out and you're not singing from the same song sheet, but the song has the same end. So help me understand here, because I mean, this bill is an effort to get at things that have been brought to us as a problem from both of your organizations. On the one hand, Ms. Waddington, I mean, I had folks from your organization come in and say, we need a cap on what can be done here, because they felt strongly that that was a tool that was being abused by tenants and making it very, very difficult. So what's the right way? Has your organization moved away from that so that you don't think a cap is important? Or if you do think a cap is important, how are we supposed to do it? Because people are trying in different ways.
Yes, Mr. Fruman, you're right. We definitely came to your office during the Rental Act discussions and talked about consideration as an undefined term in the TOPA concept. And we advocated to make sure that there was frameworks around that. And in my written testimony, I explained how we are supportive of that approach. Even the Housing Committee marked up legislation that includes some language to address that, to make sure that consideration was framed for building improvements, affordability, caps on, or reasonable lawyer fees, and things of that nature. So helping the asset improve during the transaction. And also relocation costs were also included in what consideration is from a TOPA concept, just to frame what is an unwieldy process or even exploited at some times. So we're totally supportive of that approach. We supported the Rental Act as well as it's for our members. It's unfortunate that through the amendment process, that language was removed during second reading, but that would be an approach that we think is more appropriate for this consideration.
And I'm going to come to you, Mr. Zung, but there was claims that this would make voluntary agreements impossible. Does the legislation as written prohibit voluntary agreements, or is it that as a practical matter, if the cash payment is too low that there can't be voluntary agreements?
So in regards to voluntary agreements, the concern is more of like how the legislation is drafted may tie the parties' hands, and it's something that can be freely negotiated typically. And then also there's language that says if it's determined that the buyout agreement to be invalid, it could unwind the whole process at the end, which is another concern when you're going through a transaction.
Okay, and then Mr. Zahn, the same question. I mean, I think your organization has concern about the way in which tenants can be exploited, that go to the transparency things that Councilmember White has spoken about. Right. If you don't like this way, how do we get at that so that buyouts could play a positive role and make transactions happen that might otherwise not have been able to happen, but they also have been abused. And so how would you have us prevent that kind of abuse?
Yes, absolutely. We have serious concerns about exploitation that occurs through these buyout agreements. We do not think that they are always harmless agreements. But I think the fix for that is largely increased tenant organization, access to information, and tenant education around that. So I think continuing to fund community-based organizations that do that organizing and education is really the way to make sure tenants have the full amount of information to make a reasoned decision about whether or not a buyout is right for them. You know, as I said, I talk to tenants all the time who believe that if they don't take a buyout, their only option is they're going to be forced out of their home and evicted. And just that simple amount of information that in DC we only have good cause eviction is often enough for a tenant to realize, I don't have to take this buyout, I can choose to stay in my home.
Okay, and last thing, Ms. Brennan, Mr. Palmer, you were silent on this legislation, which is the other piece of controversial legislation. Should I interpret that as your organization's being agnostic, or that you have so much emphasis on the LIHTC stuff that you just didn't want to use time on it?
We don't have a position on the other bills, just here for the LIHTC bill.
On the coalition side, we are supportive of the idea that we are having a depth of conversation around it. I think we need to, what I would suggest is we might be at a level where it is a roundtable type conversation, because there is so much conversation to do. We're really focused on the LIHTC. While I have the mic, I want to briefly note that there is a little tweak. As I mentioned earlier, LIHTC is about as clear as mud. So are the rent increases for it. The rent increases there's a maximum nationally. There's some stuff based around national AMI changes. Not enough stuff to bother stating in testimony. I can put it in my written testimony to make it clear what the increases look like there.
I mean, I actually would like to see it, because I worry about either system moving out of the realm of affordability for our local folks for whom the units were intended. I'm way over, so I need to stop.
I will be sure to put it in the written testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, and thank you to this panel. We'll move to our next panel of public witnesses. Sophia Gianti, legal counsel for the elderly, Deborah Daniels, Tyler Hagan with G-Car, and Elena Jimenez Spolveda. Sophia Gianti, you can begin your testimony when, or you're Sophia? Sorry about that. There we are. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Greetings, Councilmember White and Councilmember Freeman. My name is Sophia Gianti, and I'm Senior Attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I'm here to urge the Council to vote against the LIHTC Clarifying Amendment Act, legislation that would strip thousands of residents of rent stabilization protections and remove thousands of homes from the district's rent regulatory inventory. This bill is a landlord giveaway. It weakens basic tenant protections, enables deferred maintenance, and drives up rents, increasing evictions and displacement of long-term residents. Before addressing the specific harms of LIHTC housing and removing it from rent control, we must acknowledge the broader context in which this bill is being pushed. Over the last year, the Council has focused almost exclusively on landlords' financial concerns, while paying far less attention to the housing instability facing low-income families and seniors. This year alone, the city first enacted the ERAP reform bill, restricting access to ERAP and reducing ERAP funding. Right now, at this time, people are standing in line at 2 locations in the cold, hoping to get access to ERAP. Over 500 people are waiting in line in one station. We don't know how many have been unable to reach the phone lines or unable to even get a number. After ERAP reform, the city then passed the Rental Act, streamlining evictions and expanding landlord power. Now, after 2 landlord bailouts, the Council proposes a third, removing LIHTC properties from rent control. Taken together, this legislative package sends a clear message. The Council is prioritizing the housing industry's investments over the people these programs are meant to serve. It preserves the stock while discarding the residents. The indignities for tenants have become routine, while landlords' interests are made paramount. Despite Council members' remarks about the district efforts to save affordable housing, DHCD dropped the ball by forfeiting over $35 million in LIHTC funding this year. Landlords and the district exacerbated the rental crisis, but expect tenants to foot the bill. The purpose of this bill is simple: to allow LIHTC landlords to raise rents even when buildings are deteriorating, and to increase the eviction risk. However, that is already the reality in properties like Ms. Daniels' building that are presently unregulated. Unlike unregulated units, rent control provides substantial consumer protections along with affordability. It prevents rent gouging in tight markets, tempers landlords' outsized bargaining power, and ensures that landlords cannot hike up rents when units are in poor condition. The Milestone decision, which would have subjected these units to rent regulation, is not jejune. It advances these goals because it restores these protections in LIHTC housing. I want to highlight several misconceptions and factors the Council's bill does not address. First, the assumption that rent control is incompatible with affordable housing is incorrect. Regulating LIHTC rents ensures they start out and remain affordable throughout a tenancy. Many high-cost jurisdictions have rent control units that are LIHTC buildings, and has added benefit of reducing costs for DC as well as the federal government. A key claim of this case is that LIHTC owners will default if they cannot raise rents above rent control limits. Even if evidence exists, which has not been presented, the Council has not examined whether the financial distress is caused by these landlords' mismanagement of funds. Milestone, the named plaintiff, defaulted years before this litigation. Rent control played no role in its collapse or its decision to sell. More rent will not fix poor management, and tenants should not be forced to subsidize it. Milestone walked away. Its tenants, like Ms. Daniels, are still living in unsafe conditions. Third, LIHTC is not a subsidy like Section 8 or the local rent supplement program. Those programs peg rent to 30% of a household's income. I urge the Council to oppose this bill. I urge the Council not to save the bathwater and throw out the baby. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daniels. Welcome.
Hello. I've been in my property since 1998. I apologize. It's a little overwhelming, but my ceilings have fell in twice in less than 10 years. I had my grandchildren residing with me when the ceiling fell. The only reason they didn't fall in them because my daughter made it a fishnet. I lived through the repairs. I try not to cause trouble. I just try to always stay in compliance. Within 6 years, they offered me a job. I'm also a tenant as well as the vice president of the Tenant Association, and I also was their leasing consultant. I also worked for the company as well. And the second time it happened, and only reason I knew that I had rights is because I worked for the company. So when I made the calls and they told me I was in danger, I've been in the hospital 5 times over the last few years. I mean, the consistency, the new company taking over, the corrections were never made. And I always stayed humble between them because I know with property management and mismanagement, I must say that landlords have to take more accountability. Even working in that field, I saw the mismanagement. I saw the lack of accountability and prioritizing. And it's just that if you're not watching your people, they will not do their job unless you can't have a regional that's not doing her job. I've seen this. I've been exposed to so much of it to the point I had to retire because I believe in the people and I try to do all I can to help and support. Whenever a management company is in debt, when they had rapid rehousing, every tenant I knew owed the debt. I called them. Come on down, let me help you set this up. Property management is in debt because they don't take accountability for their own choices. Meadow Green took over 125 rapid rehousing, but because they weren't up to code, they couldn't evict them. So what you do? Have a debt. Because now you can't evict them. Now you're saying it's our fault that we're not paying our rent, which is a lie. It's your lack of responsibility for your management team that's monitoring your properties. They cannot do their job and it's sidestepping everything. My roof has not been completed yet. I still stay quiet. That mold is still in there. I still stay quiet because you know why? It's intimidating. The new company make me feel guilty for speaking up for myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm 65. This is the first time I ever stood up for myself. And I'm a good tenant. I'm a good person. And I'm about my community. I go out my way to save and help. But I'm telling you, it's management. Poor property management. Nobody follows through. Everybody sidestroke. Housing, all of them. It's accountability. We're just going to have to get better as a people to support our people by not letting them have an excuse. Stand up. Accountability.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daniels. Tyler Hagan with GCAR, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and Councilmember Fruman. We want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on B 260359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. Today, we'd like to start off by acknowledging the good intent behind this bill. However, we feel obligated to point out that this legislation has the potential to cause more challenges than it will fix in its current form. Our first concern is about the bureaucratic burdens the prescribed process will cause. The DC Council has tried to address the district's housing challenges by strictly regulating housing providers through rent control, TOPA, the rent registry, eviction proceedings, collection of unpaid rent, the list goes on. As we have heard time and time again, housing providers and investors are leaving DC for jurisdictions that have less regulatory and bureaucratic red tape. Every time an investor or existing housing provider leaves the district, we say goodbye to hundreds, if not thousands, of new or renovated housing units. The recently passed Rental Act made positive strides to strike a healthy balance of reasonable policies to protect tenants while also loosening the grip on housing providers and allowing them to grow. Creating more regulations after progress has been made to bring capital into the district is a step in the opposite direction. This bill sets up a new program with new definitions, new forms, and requires the provider to provide more copies of an agreement to the department. What kind of additional strain is this going to add to the department, and how will that strain impact housing providers and their ability to operate? Recent headlines about DHCD only add to our concerns about the department's ability to administer a new program. The housing crisis in the district is a matter of simple economics, and it comes down to supply and demand. If we want the cost of housing to decrease, we need the supply to increase. But in order to see that housing market expand, we have to move away from ideas that add to the costs and burdens of doing business in Washington, D.C. We appreciate the opportunity to share our association's perspective, and we're eager to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elena Jimenez
Yes.
Spalvita.
Good morning, Chairperson White, Councilmember Furman. My name is Ilian Jimenez Sepulveda. I am a licensed realtor. I have been a licensed realtor in the District of Columbia for almost 26 years. I'm here representing myself as a practitioner, as a member of GCAR, and a 36-year DC resident living in Ward 4. I am submitting testimony with concerns regarding B260359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. I appreciate the council's intention to protect tenants and to bring clarity to buyout negotiations. However, I believe this bill, as drafted, will unintentionally create significant barriers for both tenants and housing providers, reduces flexibility, and ultimately make negotiation solutions more difficult instead of easier. I respectfully point out these areas where I find the lived experience does not match the final execution of this bill, specifically because I have represented both sides, tenants and property owners, with and without vouchers. First, the bill dramatically expands DHCD's responsibilities without addressing the agency's well-documented capacity challenges. And this is the nicest way I can say it. DHCD already struggles to process compliance filings for affordable certifications and grant programs in a timely manner, sometimes an unimaginable and delayed manner. I would say even the delays are inhumane to both tenants and home providers. Adding a new buyout notification program with mandatory document filings and ongoing monitoring requirements without guaranteed staffing funding, this will result in delays that directly harm tenants, housing providers waiting for payment and resolutions. Second, the bill requires the filing to fully execute file agreements containing sensitive tenant information. Yet it does not outline any data security standards for retention limits or rules of public access. Many tenants, especially seniors and immigrant households, are vulnerable residents and may be uncomfortable knowing their names and addresses, and financial arrangements are stored in a centralized government and database with undefined protections. Thirdly, I question, does the bill create more conflict with TOPA, particularly regarding payment minimums and maximums? TOPA allows for tailored negotiations on unique circumstances, all case by case. It does allow for creative solutions and ending on a positive note. Imposing a rigid statutory range interferes with the negotiated terms that TOPA has relied on for more than 4 decades. The bill treats the buyouts as identical and assumes every negotiation is a displaced scenario. Tenants seek buyouts for many reasons, ranging from voluntary moves to financial relief. Lastly, the bill also counts casual or verbal conversation as buy offers. That means even a quick informal discussion could create legal risk for housing providers, tenant advocates, and case managers. This will only discourage open communications and may make it harder for tenants to ask questions or explore their options without fear. The assertion that tenants have the right to legal representation does not mean they have the means financially and could stunt the tenant's ability to fully exercise their rights. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I hope My experience, my lived experience as practitioner provides some perspective and the real-life consequences of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this entire panel. Ms. Daniels, let me start with you. I'm really sorry and concerned about the conditions that you described, and it sounds like a serious issue like the ceiling of your unit has been in disrepair for some time. If you put up a net, it's been like that for too long. Are we talking weeks, months? About how long has it been like this? Years. And what's been the response? So you say, look, my ceiling is falling down. What do they say?
They have repaired it in 2020, January of 2023, and I moved back in. My house was in disarray after staying in the hotel for 2 weeks. Like I said, I've been breaking out. Matter of fact, I broke out Sunday. My face swelled. They didn't change the carpet. They said it wasn't a trip hazard because it's new owners. You don't take on the last owner's responsibility.
Yeah.
But you made me feel bad about speaking on it. But she says she knows that the roof has not been repaired. I'm on the 3rd floor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, right after I moved back in, within 2 months, water was dripping from my ceiling fan in my master bedroom. So they just cut out that piece. So I know that means that you haven't repaired the roof.
Yeah.
You know, and I have documentation. I went to OAG. I've talked to everyone. Everyone has tried to support me, but it's the paper trail that they keep.
Yeah. We had a hearing, I think it was last week, on building conditions, so that folks who are living with things like this could come talk to us, because we trying to be solution oriented. There are a number of major problems in housing in the city, and we're trying to fix them one by one. Now, one of the failures I continue to see is we have a Department of Buildings, right, which is supposed to prevent things like this from happening. In the worst case scenarios, address it quickly, or make sure they get addressed quickly. And the city is falling down on that. It is a widespread problem. It's a little different than LIHTC in rent control. But if I'm a tenant, I'm asking why I'm paying rent if my ceiling is caving in. And that's the type of thing we want to handle through legislation if we need to. So we had a hearing on it, but we're going to move to legislation.
And when you're going through this type of thing and you're in the inner city and you have to take all these allergy tests and trying to justify why you keep getting sick and why I have no control of my life. And
And folks make you feel like you're complaining. Yeah. Now, when you say it was in disarray when you got back, is that like they left debris all over, or?
Not just debris, equipment everywhere. They had all the ceiling fans, electrical things that said danger. When I came into my home, and I was living alone in a 3-bedroom home, and I was devastated. Even the property manager's like, we'll come help you clean up. Are you serious? They had broken things. Amazing.
I've seen things like this, and I've experienced things like this.
Yeah.
And it's, that's a sign that you brought somebody in there that didn't know what they were doing.
It took me 4 months to try to get it in order, but at the same time, I'm working for them.
Yeah.
At a property.
Yeah.
And I got to go to work every day because I got other people to think about. It wasn't about me.
Yeah.
I had 180 people. Willow Creek is one of the best properties that ENG ever owned. They follow through. We take care of them. That's a great community. So it's not the people, it's property management.
Yeah.
Because we had the right team over there and we took care of these people. I'm sure you have very little complaints about that community of 180 units. It's a great property. It's like the teamwork makes the dream work.
And we need more people like that. More people who are gonna, have folks living in good conditions.
But you feel guilty for telling the truth.
Yeah. Sophia Gianti, you mentioned in your testimony that we shouldn't remove LIHTC housing from rent control. Has it historically been subject to rent control in DC? Can you hit the mic?
So it seems in practice, there's been some type of unspoken agreement that it is exempt from rent control. However, there was no explicit definition that it should be. And it is not a subsidy, despite what others have said today. I think the legal decision is correct in what it found. I want to just go back to what your comments about to Ms. Daniels and kind of explain why Ms. Daniels' case is so important to this LIHTC versus rent control. If Ms. Daniels' building was rent controlled, they wouldn't have been able to bring up the rent when her conditions, like the ceiling, fell in. But that's what they did. And they've increased her rent every year. And that's why she faced eviction, because her rent kept increasing despite the unit having deplorable conditions.
What's the difference here between rent control and LIHTC? So in rent control,
Sure.
you can raise the rent. It's based on inflation, essentially. Rent control, you can raise it, but it's different. So how is it that they would not have been able to raise it under rent control, but could under LIHTC?
So under rent regulation, if a unit is out of substantial compliance with the housing code, you cannot increase the rent. That's the law. You can file a tenant petition, and until the landlord fixes the apartment, because that's why it's a consumer protection, because you're not paying full rent for something that's not worth what they're charging. And so what rent control does is make sure that landlords actually comply with the housing maintenance code so they can get the full rent that they want.
Shouldn't that be applicable to everybody though? Like,
Urge you to apply that rule to every unit in this district. If all units were not allowed to increase the rent unless they were in compliance with the code, I think that's a great law to pass. But that's not the law currently. Rent-controlled buildings are the only ones where tenants have that right. And I'll just say on the increase issue, so I understand the LIHTC increases, they only apply, there's a 10% increase that's allowed under HUD law when the rental unit is at the maximum that LIHTC allows. But rent control for people who are seniors, like Ms. Daniels and other tenants I have, would restrict the amount of rent that can go up to, I believe it's 2%, CPI plus 2%. But that eligibility for seniors and for people with disabilities, if you're under LIHTC and your bills are going up, you can't access that restriction. LIHTC is not sufficient to keep rents affordable. I agree that deep subsidies like Section 8 program, the local rent supplement program, in tandem with LIHTC keep housing affordable, but we're losing a lot of those programs. And the voucher waitlist right now is about 10 years. So it's impractical that that's going to come save the day for tenants who are in LIHTC without subsidy.
so if you own a building, and you don't generally have the money in your pocket to buy a building, you finance it the same way somebody, who buys a house does. You make an agreement with the bank. Part of that agreement is based on the rent coming in. And in the middle of that, the law changes. If the law change reduces the amount you can bring in for rent, does that have an impact in your estimation on your ability to keep the building, maintain the building?
I am assuming it definitely most likely does. However, the rent control program has that 12% stopgap. So if a landlord is losing money, they can increase rent. So there's already a baked in program to protect landlord investments in rent control. I imagine that many regulated entities have to adjust their expectation of profit based on new regulations that come up. That's what happens in the environmental field. That's what happens in the labor field. So, if we pass a law to increase the minimum wage, that's going to increase a lot of businesses' cost of their overhead. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't pass laws that protect our constituents because it might cost them a little more. And I will say that LIHTC increases versus rental control increases are not that substantially different. However, the rent control issue here is really that these landlords are charging people increased rents even when these units are out of compliance with the building maintenance code.
But they shouldn't be charging any rent when they're substantially out of
Agreed.
compliance. And, I would
There's
think
no law
that
to do
between the DOB and the courts, there should be ways to address that now. There's nothing anybody can do outside of rent control if the unit is not in compliance with the code.
I mean, you can wait until the person goes to be evicted, goes to housing court because they've stopped paying rent increases, right? Then they're facing a potential judgment. You can try to get an abatement, but we don't want tenants to have to wait until that incredibly stressful situation occurs before they get to protest how much their rent has increased.
But like if my ceiling is falling in, I can't do anything until they file for eviction?
I mean, you can make a complaint to DOB. But if you are a tenant who's not in rent control, you can't file a tenant petition to get them to pause the rent.
It included in housing conditions court?
You can go to housing conditions court and ask for them to do renewals, but, this isn't a housing conditions court hearing, but I would say that many tenants are frustrated with that process and how slow it is as well.
I am too. Thank you very much. I have a couple more questions, but let me turn to Councilmember Fruman.
Well, I just have a very few, so it'll come back to you shortly. I mean, one of the things on this, how do you contest housing conditions situations, is a thing that we're looking at in legislation as a way, how can we set something up where it gives tenants more leverage to get things addressed in the rent stabilization setting and outside of the rent stabilization setting, but put a pin in that for another day. Part of what, there's this question about how you can contest rent and contest a rent increase that's maybe distinctive in the rent stabilization setting. And I hear you that that's one of the things that you're trying to protect here. But going back to how escalation works in the two settings, I asked this before, and I think it is really important. What is your understanding of how, I know how escalation works in the rent stabilization setting, 2%, CPI plus 2% for most tenants without the 2% increase for seniors and people with disabilities, get it. What is the escalation procedure in a LIHTC building?
So by escalation, you mean what is the process for how rent increase determinations
How
are
rent
made?
increases happen.
Okay. I'm not sure. I believe that they have discretion as long as it's below, the landlord has discretion on how much they can increase rents, as long as it's below the maximum in which they can increase the rent. So there's no real restriction. They have a lot of discretion when an apartment is below the max that's allowed for a unit's AMI. So the AMI is what controls how much rent can be, and the units here are 60% of AMI. A family of four, the AMI in DC is $154,000. So they peg it to 60% of AMI, for a family of four. That's how much rent is set. But then rent is allowed to increase. I honestly can't speak to that.
I mean, that's a super, super important question that I'm not going to get an answer to today, but need to get an answer to.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to say that I don't think there's controls over how much the rent can increase unless it hits that 10% maximum that HUD has defined in its notice. It has a notice, and I'm happy to add those. I have some of that material in my written testimony.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing you say is that's a cap unless you're at the AMI cap.
Exactly.
And the question is, what is it over the, is it limited to the AMI cap? That's the question. And you're talking about if you're below the AMI cap, where does it go? I need to get a clear answer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a couple other questions for this panel. Ian Jimenez Spilvita, you mentioned that TOPA allows for tailored negotiations. One of the concerns I'm trying to work through is the issue of transparency. You know, if you and I live in the same building, we both lived there for about 10 years, and I'm offered $7,000 to leave, I'd like to know if they offer you $20,000. Do you think that level of transparency is the way we should be moving? And if so, do you see another way we should look to get there?
I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. In my experience, every situation was different. The amounts were different for the last 26 years. But I would not know the mechanism how to keep this information in a way that tenants would have access to, that agents would have access to, or home proprietors. Like, I don't know, I don't trust the system, to be honest with you, the way that DHCD manages this information. And I don't know that how helpful it could be for the tenants, for the providers, to have this information in a database that, could be entered incorrectly, and then that starts something I mean, I just don't trust the system the way it is right now. And with the management and with the low staffing that it has to do this accurately. And
But you're talking about the broader bill. I'm just asking a very narrow question, which is this level of transparency the direction we should move? So forget the agencies.
Okay, well, because they manage the information. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously there should be some level of transparency. Yes, I would agree that there would be some level, it'd be helpful.
Tyler, do you see another way to get transparency without all of the requirements of this bill?
Like Elian said, I think that there certainly should be a certain level of transparency. I think that something that comes to mind is that different units might have different amenities, so the amounts might be different. And it can, I think, if you have a reason why amounts are different, you could lead to some confusion among other tenants in a building as to why person A is getting 20,000, but I'm being offered, 15 or 10,000. But I think that our members would agree with you that their transparency is always helpful. It's just a matter of, like my colleague was saying, it really comes down to how is it administered, who has access to it, and what kind of personal information is provided.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to this panel for being with us today. As we transition to the next panel, I want to recognize, they were so quiet, I don't even know if folks realize they came in, Payne Elementary's third grade class. So we're gonna do a silent poll for everybody here. Who thinks third grade is hard? All right, me too. All right, Councilmember Fruman does not think third grade is hard. Let the record reflect. All right, who thinks third grade gives a little too much homework? Oh, all right. The teachers clearly don't think they give too much homework. Who is a big fan of Payne Elementary School? Oh, I am. All right, now I'm gonna need a quiet, like a whisper. What is Payne Elementary's mascot? Oh, look at that. Wildcats, is that it? Wow, that's great. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions or comments for Payne
I
Elementary?
can't follow that act. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, you all get to be with one of our star council members, Councilmember Allen. Who thinks Councilmember Allen's that guy right there is a good council member? Good. All right. I saw we got about 80%. That's right. That's right. Ranked choice voting will get you there. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm so glad to see you all here. I tell people I don't know if this is a little out of date. Anybody ever seen Paw Patrol? You Paw Patrol? All right. So I like Paw Patrol. The DC Council, in my opinion, is kind of like Ryder, right? Ryder doesn't really do anything. He just like, can y'all do this stuff? To the other Paw Patrol. That's kind of the DC Council. So we try to make sure the potholes get filled, but we don't know how to fill potholes. So that's my best third grade description of the council. So thank you all for being with us. Seems like you all are giving your teachers and chaperones an easy time, which is awesome. And so thanks for coming in and glad to see you all. All right, no pressure to the next panel, but be more interesting. Tough competition. Eric Jones with AOBA, Catalin Peter, Vice President of Government Affairs with AOBA, Brandon Scott, Vice Chair, Public Policy Committee with the DC Association of Realtors, Kevin Bailey. Eric Jones, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, Councilman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Eric Jones, and I'm here today as a fourth-generation Washingtonian and Ward 4 resident who also has the honor of serving as Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association, Metro Washington. Founded more than 50 years ago, AOBA serves as the primary membership organization for commercial and multifamily office properties here in the district. As an organization, our members represent over 150 million square feet of commercial space and more than 450,000 residential units. In the district, that's roughly 120,000 apartment units and over 75 million square feet of commercial space. I am hereby submitting this testimony to the Council's Committee on Housing in opposition of B 26-117, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025, and B 26-359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. Just quick background. While the district has much to celebrate regarding the legislative and regulatory process over the past 5 to 7 years related to both market rate and affordable housing, it remains in the midst of a housing crisis. Since 2019, the district has continued to lead in developing new housing with more than 36,000 units constructed, including over 12,000 affordable units. However, the region faces serious challenges, especially since the district accounted for nearly a third of all new housing stock and more than 40% of new affordable housing, This is why less than 60 days ago, this council passed the Rebalancing Expectations for Neighbors, Tenants, and Landlords Act of 2025, known as the Rental Act. Not just to encourage further investment in our city, but also to support landlords, tenants, and neighbors. I repeat, landlords, tenants, and neighbors. Now for our first recommendation, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025. While housing advocates claim the district has surpassed pre-pandemic eviction levels, they aren't telling the whole story. In their September 2025 analysis of DC evictions, New America stated eviction filings across the district have dropped nearly 60% from pre-pandemic numbers to 2025. So although the district has finally exceeded its 2019 eviction numbers, according to New America, this is mainly due to, in large part, legislative change made earlier, which now mean landlords file only the most extreme cases, which unlikely will end in a resolution outside of eviction. This is why instead of merely adding an open-ended delay or stay to an eviction without supporting the landlord, tenant, or neighbors affected by the situation that caused the eviction, we at AOBA recommend the district follow the example of our northern neighbors in Montgomery County, which mandates that an execution of a warrant of of restitution for a stay or for extreme weather should be given priority and carried out within 3 days after the weather returned to a temperature within the allowed index. This means that it doesn't make sense just to delay an eviction and not give a deadline. Our current law for cold weather even allows us to delay an eviction and in many instances require landlords to get in the back of the line. If a landlord felt there was no option in being forced to apply for an eviction, starting the process over doesn't serve that landlord, that tenant, or the neighbors involved. Briefly, our recommendations for Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. Over the past year, our industry partners, together with DCBA, Housing and others, have worked tirelessly with the administration and council members to address concerns related to various aspects of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, or TOPA, as part of the Rental Act and other legislative items. We genuinely believe that this legislation would not only create additional barriers to the TOPA process, none of which were requested by the industry, but also would send mixed messages by mandating a one-size-fits-all approach to multiple complicated items. For this reason, we ask you to reject both of these pieces of legislation, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catalin Peter, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee. My name is Catalin Peter, and I serve as the Vice President of Government Affairs for AOBA's residential portfolio. Like my colleague said, representing nearly 120,000 rental homes across all 8 wards of the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We are pleased to strongly support the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025. This bill does something essential. It restores legislative clarity, protects thousands of affordable homes, and assures that the district's affordable housing production preservation ecosystem remains financially viable. For nearly 40 years, the Rental Housing Act has exempted housing supported by federal or district subsidies from rent stabilization. And since the LIHTC program took effect shortly thereafter, the district and stakeholders have consistently, correctly interpreted LIHTC as falling under that exemption. LIHTC properties already operate under very strict federal affordability requirements, deep income guidelines, and long-term deed restrictions. They are not, and were never intended to be, subject to additional local rent controls layered on top. However, the recent Milestone v. Daniels decision introduced significant uncertainty by distinguishing between direct and indirect subsidies. Without swift legislative action, which the council has already taken via emergency, almost 100 LIHTC properties representing more than 11,000 rental affordable units would be placed at risk of financial default. This would undermine one of the most important affordable housing tools the district has. This bill appropriately resolves that uncertainty by reaffirming the longstanding exemption and aligning the statute with the policy intent that has governed LIHTC implementation for decades. It ensures that the district can continue leveraging private capital to rehabilitate and preserve affordable housing without requiring new tax dollars and without destabilizing properties that house thousands of low and moderate income residents. Importantly, we support the bill because it is tenant protective. LIHTC affordability requirements are deeper and more specific than the district's rent stabilization framework, and they are backed by federal oversight and long-term compliance standards. Residents in LIHTC communities are protected, and this bill maintains those protections while keeping the financial structure of the program intact. We also appreciate that the legislation applies the clarification rightly to July 17, 1985. That step is necessary to fully resolve any legal uncertainty created by the court's ruling and to protect ongoing financing agreements. For these reasons, AOBA urges the council to advance the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025 without delay. We always thank you for your time and your leadership on this and every other issue affecting our housing ecosystem. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Brandon Scott, Vice Chair for Public Policy for DCAR.
Good morning, Chair White. My name is Brandon Scott. I'm the Vice Chair of Public Policy on the Public Policy Committee for the DC Association of Realtors, also DCAR. I also represent, or I'm a resident of Ward 7 and a professional realtor at Keller Williams Capital Properties. Now, DCAR is the district state association of realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate in DC. Our mission is to both advocate, promote, and protect the interests of our approximately 3,000 members and their clients who work and live in every ward of the city. Now, through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Now, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I join you today by my colleague, Kevin Bailey, whose testimony will focus on the tenant buyout legislation. Now, Chair White, I want to start by thanking you and your colleagues for your steadfast support of homeownership and the real estate industry. Now, the Council's passage of the Rental Act, including new protections for small housing providers, showed that you understand the challenges our industry faced and were willing to fight for available, affordable, high-quality housing for every district resident. And I look forward to continuing the progress with you. Now, I want to be clear that neither I nor DCAR's members want to evict a tenant. Now, most housing providers value their relationship with their tenants, and the goal is to provide both safe, well-maintained housing for all district residents. Now, unfortunately, despite being well-intended, we believe that B 26-177, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act of 2025, would make it harder for us to maintain our properties and enforce our leases. Now, the intent of the bill is to prevent housing providers from evicting tenants on any day when the temperature is predicted to be above 95 degrees. Now, I understand the appeal of the policy, and we all know how miserable DC can be in the summer, but we must consider the bill in the context of the existing barriers to evict evict on days when it is cold outside or at times when there is measurable precipitations. Now, we've looked over the weather records for the last year, and the existing law already prohibits evictions on at least 30 days where the temperature has dropped below 32 degrees. Now, in addition to the measurable precipitation that occurs on 93 additional days, which potentially could delay evictions further, if this bill were in effect last year, evictions would be illegal on at least an additional 14 days due to heat. With all of these restrictions together, we could effectively ban evictions on all or part of 137 days a year. Now, given the effect of climate change, we can expect that number to continue to grow. Now, unfortunately, we know that evictions are sometimes necessary. Housing providers cannot maintain their buildings if tenants aren't paying the rent. We cannot protect our good tenants if bad tenants don't have to comply with the leases. We cannot keep our community safe if we cannot evict violent or dangerous tenants. And if we can only evict tenants when it becomes necessary or beautiful outside, then we are in danger the quality of the housing and the well-being of the tenants and the viability of the businesses that we support. I think the council, I have more time. So in addition, while never pleasant, the eviction process has already been reformed to be more humane in DC. A person's belongings aren't left in the street. Evictions are scheduled and supervised. Notice is provided and the due process exists with support from the Office of the Tenant Advocate exclusively for tenants. In the context of B-26-177, it would do more harm than good, and we would ask that you not move forward. And I thank you, Councilmember White, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And Kevin Bailey.
Good morning, Chair White. My name is Kevin Bailey. I'm a member of the Public Policy Committee of the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I'm also a managing attorney for Community Title Network, and I work in Ward 2. I'll be testifying on B-26-359, the Tenant Buyout Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. Council member, before I start, I also want to thank you for your leadership on the Rental Act. I know you heard our concerns about the abuses of tenant buyouts under TOPA, and you put forward language in attempting to address our concerns. Unfortunately, B-26-359, as proposed today, would not resolve the problems that we brought to you, and it would potentially harm our industry. As a title attorney who works in this field, I want to raise a few key concerns. First, unlike your proposal, this bill would not just cap tenant buyouts, it would effectively establish a right to minimum compensation for tenants who choose to voluntarily vacate their unit, whether in connection with a real estate transaction subject to TOPA or at any other time during their tenancy. Fundamentally, establishing a whole new regulatory framework setting both maximum and minimum buyout agreements and requirements would restrict the ability of tenants and housing providers to negotiate in good faith and, when necessary, mutually end their relationship with one another. As a legal matter, this bill would also add unnecessary confusion. It conflates two rights: a tenant's right to occupy or vacate a unit, and a tenant or tenant organization's right to purchase or their first refusal under TOPA. In effect, it could create additional TOPA rights and compliance requirements for individual tenants that exist outside of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, as recently amended by the Rental Act. Individual tenants have never had the ability to assign individual TOPA rights for housing accommodations with five or more units. That ability is limited to tenant organizations. As it stands, individual tenants will largely not have the ability to assign their individual TOPA rights with respect to any multi-unit accommodation after the implementation of the Rental Act. Further, with respect to single-family accommodations, consideration for the assignment of TOPA rights is already clearly specified in provisions of the time-tested single-family exemption. This bill could also create new rights for tenants who may otherwise voluntarily leave at the end of their lease, even when the housing accommodation is not being sold. The added confusion could have two profound unintended consequences for real estate transactions. One, this could result in uninsurable title if a TOPA agreement is unenforceable for failure to satisfy the proposed requirements. And two, we would face an uncertain risk with respect to the reliance on and enforceability of vacate agreements. The bill also contemplates upfront buyout payments for tenants. In my experience, overseeing multi-unit transactions, vacate buyouts are generally offered either by a seller or a buyer of a property and are conditioned on closing, with a final payment to the individual tenants paid at settlement or afterwards when the tenant has actually voluntarily vacated. Trying to accelerate those payments to occur before the purchase could substantially cause financial risk to both the buyer or the seller if the property fails to close. As a practical matter, we're also concerned with paperwork requirements and new regulatory burdens on housing providers, DHCD, and the Rental Housing Commission. These could potentially be unwarranted and costly. But before I close, Councilmember, I also want to note, for the record, DCAR supports B26429, the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act. We appreciate your work in passing it on an emergency basis, and we believe that this particular bill should be made permanent. Thank you, Councilmember White. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions for this panel?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nadeau. Thank you all very much for being here. Eric Jones and Brandon Scott, why we want to put people out in the heat? So in DC, so for context, right, if it's 95 degrees outside, heat index is probably feels like more than 100. You mentioned in your testimony, I come to about the same conclusion. We're talking roughly 14 days a year. Why should this weather not be either considered extreme or we not delay evictions for this?
Because there's nothing after the delay. The problem is we're delaying it into what? Into perpetuity. We don't set a time frame on how we delay it. We don't consider what happens when that delayed eviction, that eviction is delayed and what takes place next. The problem is if someone is delayed, has their eviction delayed, they can be put in the back of the line for an eviction. That can be 3 to 6 months from now. That can be a year from now. What does that do to a landlord who hasn't received rent payments in 8 months? That person could stay on that property for another year with no rent payments. You talked earlier about how landlords who are unable to collect rent from individuals, especially in small and medium-sized properties, are unstable. We have all these things that are domino effect because someone's not paying rent.
So you're saying most likely, or at least in a substantial number of circumstances, we're not talking about a delay of a couple of days. We're talking about a much more substantial delay.
There's nothing on the books, and what we've seen, as I pointed out, we've seen the fact that rental eviction filings have drastically dropped in the district because of other legislation passed over the last 3 years by this council. When a landlord files for eviction at this point, it is usually in the case where they do not believe they're going to find another way to resolve the issue. So they're seeking to reclaim that property for a valid reason. Now, if we want to look at enforcing this law, we need to put guardrails in place like we do for everything else. I made the recommendation to follow Montgomery County standpoint, where Montgomery County gives you 3 days from the date where you get back in compliance with the weather. There's no guideline here in the district. So look at what they did in Montgomery County. If we're looking at a longer time period, is there going to be support from the district to cover the costs associated for a landlord who's now losing income? What are we worried? How are we worrying about those other tenants who are having to cover the cost for that tenant who's not paying rent? None of those things are being taken into consideration. We're just saying it's extremely hot outside, which I agree is very unfortunate. But we have to take into consideration everything else that goes along with managing that property.
Okay, I appreciate that. And let me ask my team if we can pull up the eviction data. I thought evictions actually went up over the past year.
No, as I said, actual evictions themselves went up, but the filings dropped by 60%. And the reason being is because, unlike years past, when you file for evictions, it's not just because someone didn't pay rent and it was 26 days later. It's usually a situation where it's more than $600, it's more than 30 days, and you're in a situation where you have not been able to reach resolve at another point. And even when you look at the number of filings, even at a reduced rate, the actual number of filings that lead to evictions is usually less than about 10% of that. So we're talking about the most extreme examples.
Okay. Brandon Scott, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. The opportunity I would point out is that looking at the process, which is the other side, like the legislation points to providing a solution to what is perceived as a remedy, which is the preservation of dignity. I think the city has, and the council has done a really great job of making sure that there are laws in place in the status quo that provide that level of protection. I think given also the judicial nature of rentals or the eviction process, it really is a last ditch effort. No one raises their hand and says that I'm going to be a slumlord and provide the worst possible possible conditions as a business model. I would hope that's not the case. And no one just wakes up and says, I'm going to evict you. I'm going to displace you and your family. That's typically not the case. There's usually a host of steps that get you to that place. And adding an additional overlays onto an individual who's not only providing housing and they're managing this, but they're typically a small housing provider and they're uniquely in a place where they're providing affordable housing to individuals or sometimes multiple individuals, as we've talked about through the 2 to 4 process. And if that is true, they also have to govern the responsibilities of a business in DC and those complexities. You have something that is uniquely personal to them, which is their home, which is something they care for and that they care for. They probably lived in and made experiences. And then they turn around, they have to then manage it as a business, right? It's the uniquely different situation. And when you have those additional overlays that limit a person's capacity, both in that uniquely emotional positioning as well as in the operational management of a business, it just becomes destructive. And I can tell you myself that there's a ton of other small housing providers that I speak to that have chosen not to continue to rent properties or provide them to be more affordable because of the continued overlays of restrictions. What I would say is versus.
I got a couple other questions I got to get to, bro. Kevin Bailey, you mentioned in your testimony the unreliability of vacate agreements. Can you say a little more about that?
If a tenant and a landlord negotiate in good faith to end their lease voluntarily through a vacate agreement, consideration is paid, the tenant goes on their way, the landlord goes on their way. What happens if at a later point in time, the tenant makes a claim that the agreement itself is unenforceable within, I believe, as the bill states, the statutes of limitation? That's the unknown. So what now? Does the tenant have the right to reoccupy the property? Do they have to repay the consideration paid back to the landlord? What position does that put us in when we're evaluating real estate transactions that may be subject to tenancy? What level of clarity does that give the purchaser of the property or the new landlord? What level of clarity does that give the seller of the property? What level of clarity does that give the settlement agent overseeing the transaction and their title insurer?
I mean, how is this different than a normal situation where you have to prove damages? So I don't know how they would.
Yeah, what would the damages be? That's the big question here. If I pay you X amount of dollars to voluntarily vacate the building, we enter into a contract as adults in good faith, right? And you make a determination based on these statutory requirements. You make a claim, right? A claim that this is actually an invalid agreement because it didn't meet these statutory requirements.
Okay. Point taken. I have to imagine their analogies. I don't know what they are though. But I do take your point. I don't know how you would determine the damages offhand.
So this is a conversation that we've also had with the DC Land Title Association, of which I'm a member. And you put a room full of attorneys and we're all scratching our heads.
Okay. And finally, Catalin Peter, on the LIHTC bill, you mentioned that not passing this bill could lead to defaults on buildings, sort of the changes after, these buildings entered into agreements. And now the judicial ruling, if we don't pass this bill, would indicate that these units would be subject to rent stabilization laws, and that could lead to defaults of buildings. Is that right?
Cough drop by accident. Wow, I almost just choked on the tape.
Eric Jones would have had you back.
I mean, hopefully. I believe Maya stated it accurately. It's changing the rules after the fact is where we get into a dangerous position legally. I think we've seen that a lot with the council where we've had situations where if you're changing the rules after, you've already had a financing structure, you have a loan structure, you have rules that are set based on these particular standards. So now if you come back around and you say, okay, well, we're just going to change the entire structural integrity of this, I think that's where, and I'm no bank, but we would preclude to say that the bank would come back and say, well, now we're going to have to reevaluate this entire process. I mean, you also have federal guidelines in terms of LIHTC that you are subject to. And my understanding from everything we've spoken to DHCD about as well, LIHTC exemption, that was even in the drop-down menu for as long as we can think when it was online. So there was really no question about this until that court decision came up and a dictionary definition was applied in a scenario where there was clear policy precedent.
Okay.
So again, the risk is naturally that changing the rules, especially when there are banks, loans, all of this involved, and just very deep, intricate financing structures puts housing providers and the banks, frankly, in a precarious situation.
Appreciate it. Well, thank you to this panel. I appreciate you all being with us today. Gina Raymond, board member with the DC Land Title Association. Virgil Young, Rosalind Young, and Princess Daniels. Stephen Abrams, are you here? Oh. Is there anybody else here who came to testify, who haven't called? Excellent. All right, Gina Raymond with the DC Land Title Association. Good to see you.
Hello, Chairman White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Gina Raymond, and I serve on the board of directors of the DC Land Title Association. I'm also an attorney with KBS Title, a local title and settlement company, and I'm a Ward 3 resident. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of DCLTA regarding Bill 359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. DCLTA is the trade association that represents title insurance agents, underwriters, settlement companies, and attorneys conducting business in DC. While we do not take positions on public policy, we believe it is important to share how this bill could impact our industry's ability to close real estate transactions and issue title insurance on rental property in the district. A critical part of clearing title in a transaction involves verifying compliance with applicable laws and regulations. As drafted, this bill creates a confusing overlap with the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. The introduction of new TOPA-related compliance requirements into a separate area of the law creates legal uncertainty and complicates our review process. The bill's definition of buyout agreement includes both agreements for a tenant to vacate a rental unit and for assignment of purchase rights under TOPA. This is confusing because these two processes are governed by different legal frameworks. Vacating a unit relates to occupancy rights, while TOPA assignments are regulated under TOPA itself. By imposing separate compliance obligations on TOPA assignments outside of the existing framework, the bill creates conflicting standards. Individual tenant assignments were largely eliminated by the Rental Act, leaving only tenant organizations with the right to negotiate TOPA assignments and accommodations with 5 or more units. While the bill does not clarify how its provisions would apply in those cases, it may create new TOPA-related rights related for individual tenants. Further, the bill imposes a specific range of monetary consideration and requires full payment upon execution of a buyout agreement. The criteria for determining adequate consideration is unclear, and these provisions conflict with existing TOPA law, which allows tenants to assign purchase rights for any consideration they deem acceptable, including non-monetary consideration with varied delivery timelines. This inconsistency raises a serious question. Could a valid and legally compliant assignment under TOPA be voided for failing to conform to these new requirements? From a title underwriting perspective, that uncertainty is significant. It would be extremely difficult for a settlement agent to review the buyout agreement and determine if the terms set forth therein comply with the law. The escrow option is also problematic. Suppose a settlement takes place while funds are still in escrow and there's a dispute about the terms of the buyout or escrow agreement. If a buyout agreement is later challenged after settlement for nonconformance, the purchaser's and lender's title is at risk. Title insurance claims of this nature could lead to costly litigation and even result in a forfeiture of title. Given the heightened risk created by unclear laws and an overly complex regulatory framework, title underwriters will be unlikely to insure these transactions. In sum, we emphasize the importance of clarity and consistency with existing TOPA law and the reforms approved under the Rental Act. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify. DCLTA remains available to work with the Council and the Committee on Housing on matters related to real estate title and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Virgil Young, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Virgil Young. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today on Bill 26-0359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025. I'm a third-generation native Washingtonian, born and raised in Ward 4 and a resident of Ward 4. I'm a 1984 graduate of the University of District of Columbia, 1994 graduate of the Howard University MBA program, and a 2014 graduate of the George Washington University Graduate School of Business with their Master of Science in Computer Information Systems Technology. Additionally, I served honorably on active duty as a tank platoon leader in Korea with the 2nd Infantry Division, Airborne Qualified. I'm accompanied by my wife, who's also a native Washingtonian, Mrs. Rosalind Young. She holds a Master's of Science in Library Science from the Catholic University of America. Although the focus of this bill is on transparency and fairness in tenant buyout practices, I would like to draw the committee's attention to the deeply interconnected issue: the severe administrative delays, lack of communication, and operational failures within the small building program administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. These failures directly contribute to the very tenant displacement pressures that Bill 26-0359 seeks to prevent. I submit this testimony to highlight serious delays, non-responsiveness, and administrative failures within the district's small building program, which has left approved landlords like myself waiting as long as over 3 years for critical repair funding. These delays jeopardize housing stability and directly impact tenants who rely on these buildings for safe and affordable housing. I want to emphasize one critical issue that directly intersects with this bill: the multi-year delays, the lack of communication in the small building program at DHCD. Some landlords approved in 2022 still have not received funds. These delays create unsafe living conditions for tenants, such as leaks, electrical hazards, and structural deterioration. When buildings degrade, tenants become vulnerable to pressure or incentives to accept buyouts. This directly undermines the goals of Bill 26-0359. I urge the council to require DHCD to respond to inquiries within 10 days, publish quarterly reports, and execute SBP funding within 180 days of approval. I will also be submitting a policy brief which contains the statutory basis under DC Code 42-2802, which mandates preservation and rehabilitation of affordable housing. Chairman, additionally, I will be submitting supplemental testimony to my written testimony. And I would just like to briefly go over, I have a few seconds left, recommended statutory and oversight actions. I respectfully urge the Committee on Housing to consider the following statutory language. DHCD shall respond to all small building program building applicants in writing within 10 days. The agency shall publish quarterly public performance reports detailing application status, timelines, staff assignments, and funding progress. DHCD shall execute all approved SBP funding agreements within 180 days. Failure to meet these requirements shall automatically trigger council oversight review and a temporary freeze on new SBP award announcements. I have attachments available upon request consisting of photographic documentation of deteriorating building conditions, along with logs of unanswered emails and telephone outreach. Lastly, in conclusion, I urge the council to increase oversight over DHCD's administration of the small building program, as well as the 9% low-income housing tax credit process. Tenants and small landlords cannot afford multi-year delays in essential repair funding. The district's affordable housing preservation strategies depends on functional, transparent, and responsive agency. I respectfully request immediate intervention to restore accountability and ensure timely delivery of critical housing support. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rosalind Young.
I won't be testifying, but I'm here to support my husband. Okay.
Thank you all for being with us. Mr. Young, thank you for your service. So you applied for the small building program and were approved?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Did you say about 2 years ago?
I applied and I got my pre-approval letter in 2022.
Okay.
But the due diligence started well before that, but technically, 2022. And I have that letter for your.
And so that's pre-approval. What's the next step that's supposed to happen after pre-approval? Is there like a final approval?
Well, yeah, I've been finally approved. That
Okay.
was just a letter that I had, but I've completed everything.
Okay.
Required.
And when you get approved, does it indicate how much you've been approved for?
Yes, the program, the small building program is $200,000 in total as a grant and $25,000 max for each individual unit.
Okay. And I heard you loud and clear that there, from your point of view, the agency has not been responsive. But have you gotten any understanding of what the holdup is?
I have not, no, sir.
All right. Well, the good news is that the director and the chief of staff are here. So hopefully you all can work through that unless there's a reason and somebody can fill me in. Seems like a solvable issue. So, Mr. Young, would you talk to agency leadership and then let me know if there remains to be a problem?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Hopefully everybody's in a problem-solving mood today. Yeah, I don't know why it's taking this long. Is it your sense that this is a pattern or is this an individual circumstance? Or do you know? If you don't know, that's fine.
Well, we've had some email exchanges. It's been very vague and very elusive. I really don't know why. There's been very few. Yeah.
Oh.
And I just want to say that I take care of my tenants. I don't raise the rent on my tenants. I haven't raised the rent. As a matter of fact, part of the program is that you cannot raise, but even before that, don't. Even if they're late, I take care of my people, just like when I was in the military, I take care of my soldiers. We're from DC. We're from old school. I'm 66 years old.
If not for Korea, I'm not sure you would have left. You did.
No, I didn't say the Korean War. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, in Korea. I served in Korea in 1985.
Okay.
Now, her father was a Korean combat war veteran, so we come from military.
Okay,
families.
you seemed a little young. My grandfather was in Korea, but I was,
Oh, well, thank him for his service. And my father was a Tuskegee Airman, by the way.
Wow. Well, I hope there's something we can work through because this is a program that I'd like to see significantly expanded because we do have a lot of landlords, particularly small landlords, and the vast majority of the buildings in DC are many decades old. And we want the buildings to be in good condition. We also want the rents to be as low as possible. So this is the type of program that needs to work. I don't have a sense. I will work more broadly to get a sense of whether this is an ongoing issue or there's something particular here happening. But as we sort through that, I hope we can just get the ball moving with you. And so if you would connect with the agency leadership and then connect with me and my team and let us know if you need further assistance.
Absolutely. And I know landlords in DC get a bad rep, but we are an example of good landlords, okay? We take care of our people, but we can't do it by ourselves, okay? And, we need your help to intervene. And because if I can't hold on to my building, I'm gonna have to sell it, and those people are gonna be out on the streets.
All right.
I'm the last line of defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Raven, I appreciate your testimony. Think I understood it, but if we need to connect with you all as we work through this, we will, and you all continue to be available. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much for being with us today. All right, we are going to turn to virtual witnesses. William Jordan, Catherine Shea, Farah Fasse with the Community Development Director of Empower DC, Vic Goncalves, the Affordable Housing Development Advocacy and Organizing Specialist at Mikasa Inc., and Amelia Kalma, Director of the Wilkes Initiative for Housing Policy with the DC Policy Center. And William Jordan, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I wanted to testify on the LIHTC stabilization bill as well as the tenant buyout agreement. Generally, I'm asking the committee to basically throw them in the trash. You're not ready to deal with these bills. Ken Burns recently was talking about the American Revolution. And one of the big things that he talked about is that the revolution was about land speculation. And I think that's where we are in this city. We're making policies to try to mitigate land speculation and gentrification, where that is the primary source of the problem. Land is way more valuable than the people who live in it, and we have these problems. And it's all tied together. So in the last few months or the last year, the city has been, along with the mayor and the council, stripping tenants of their rights systematically. Whether you're talking about the Rental Act or whether you're talking about the Youth Act that deals with these zones, right? Curfew, the Youth Curfew Act. Because in many cases, these are in areas, they can't come to areas that they were targeted, are gentrification areas where their families were displaced, and then the housing that was created to replace it were one in bedrooms and efficiency, basically eliminating young people. And then we subsidize as a government the development of those areas that we're telling our young people they can't be a part of. And so my point in all of this is that if you're not going to deal with the driving force, which is gentrification and land speculation, and the way that we finance gentrification and land speculation, and that's the use of LIHTC and these mixed financing methods and these public-private partnerships that are run between DNPED, developers, investors, that are designed to drive up rents, right? In order to attract investment, we have to drive up rents. And that's what the city's policy is. So I suggest that what this committee do is to study the Park Morton New Communities Project, which has all of these things tied into it, and see how it really impacts things on the ground. And a good example of how all this plays out is Dante's Partners, which was subject to recent city paper articles, as well as the hearing on Benning Park, and their performance there is scheduled to run phase 2 development at Park Morton. So we sat there and went through all of these things that are a problem with his performance, but yet we are going to subsidize him in doing phase 2 at Park Morton. So I'm saying it's time to stop all of this nitpicking and stripping of rights and playing with these bills and throw them all aside. And let's get down and drill down and come up with some good policies. And those good policies is really strengthening the ability of tenants and communities to organize and be at the table in an equitable manner. That's the counterbalance. You're not going to fix this top down. So again, study Park Morton and then come back with some legislative solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abel Amin.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me see. I don't know if you're able to see me. Hi. As you know, council member, my name is Abel Amene. I serve as commissioner for single member district 4DO2. This testimony is on behalf of myself in my capacity as commissioner, but my ANC has not passed any resolutions on this matter. I'm here to testify against the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Rent Stabilization Amendment Act. I'm testifying against this because this bill is foolish. And council member, I've spoken to you at many instances, and most recently at Metro Bar when you had an event. I was very nice about explaining why your acts, your decisions in the Rental Act were very dangerous to tenants. I explained, coming to the verge of tears, what you were doing was damaging to the rights of tenants. And here I see again that you're doing it again. And this time I'm not going to be as pleasant, I'm afraid to say. You are repeating the lies that you've been told by landlords. Landlords are telling you that they're in danger of default for some reason because of rent control. But as you heard from one landlord, the good ones, that they actually don't need to raise rents, right? They just need responses. But what you're doing by stopping rent control from applying to low-income housing tax credit programs is actually harming tenants of buildings that are owned by the bad landlords. I am one of them. I live in a low-income housing tax credit building. That building is actually owned by a man called Christopher Harrison through a scheme of multiple shell companies. The funny thing about Christopher Harrison is that he's a former NFL player, but he's also an embezzler. And he's currently serving 6 years in jail, in federal jail, for embezzling money that was supposed to go towards rehabilitating buildings like mine. So, in essence, what you're doing with this bill is protecting people like him. And people like him and landlords like him that own LIHTC properties for speculation are actually increasing rent significantly. The unit that I live in, when it first became a low-income tax credit program, was in 2008. And now those forms were signed by Christopher Harrison. And I could provide copies of that if you need it. Now, when he first got into the program, he agreed to set the price at $885 per month. Now, that was set as no more than 30% of 60% of the AMI. That's the rule that LIHTC property that you supposedly say is enough protection and in rent stabilization that we don't need actual rent control. But the thing is, that doesn't actually protect people because 60% of AMI is constantly increasing. The income level of the average resident of DC is going up because rich people are moving into here, right? So when rich people move in, the 60% AMI increases. In 2008, the 6% AMI used to be $43,000. That's the maximum income you could have and still rent. Now, taking 30% of that, or 26%, which is the average that my landlord uses to calculate the price, that means you get an $885. But the 60% AMI has gone up and up. By the time I rented the apartment in 2021, the AMI has increased to $58,000, right? So that's 60% AMI. And setting the price using that, I received a rent of $1,240 or something like that, right? But while I've still lived here, in the 3 years that I've lived here from 2022 to 2025, my rent has increased now to $1,320 because the AMI has increased with it. The latest AMI increase puts my apartment at the 68,000. So that's 60% AMI is now at 68,000. And setting the price using that, my rent is likely to increase to $1,470. So think about what that does. So whenever the 60% AMI in DC increases, which it is because rich people are moving in here, are moving into DC, and the AMI is going up, that increases my rent and pushes me out. It prices me out. So this man is sitting in federal prison collecting money on me, and you are about to allow him to continue to do that because you are about to exempt all of LIHTC property from rent control. And that is shameful on you. And that is shameful on all the people that you have convinced to co-sponsor this bill. And you all need to stop doing this. Rent control is one of the tools in the toolbox that tenants have to protect themselves from eviction, from landlords churning them in DC, from kicking them out, in and out, so that they can increase the prices in between one tenant and the other. That is what's happening. This landlord has been trying to evict me for the past 3 years so many times that I've been in DC court 6 times by this landlord, 6 times that they've sued to evict me. One of those times was simply for the fact that I am a student. So they used the fact that I am a student to try to evict me from this property because somehow this property is not allowed to be rented by students, right?
Commissioner, you're about a minute over the mark.
I will finish right up now. That case is currently in DC Court of Appeals. It is only through my actions that I've prevented my landlord from trying to evict me. And that's what's happening in these LIHTC properties. All they have to do is continue to increase the rent, continue to force people to be evicted so that they can increase the rent even more. So when you say that you're actually protecting LIHTC properties from becoming overpriced, you're actually doing the reverse. You're actually allowing landlords to continue to increase the rent. And that's what this bill does. And I need you to do nothing. Let the temporary bill
Thank you, Commissioner.
expire, let the emergency expire, and don't pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine Shea with Legal Aid.
Thank you, honorable committee members. My name is Catherine Shea. I'm a staff attorney in the housing unit of Legal Aid DC, and I'm here to testify regarding Bill 26177, the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment. 2 points this afternoon regarding this bill. First, Legal Aid supports the bill's aim of preventing eviction during extreme and dangerous temperatures, and we believe the bill creates more humane eviction practices. Second, Legal Aid suggests use of the National Weather Service's heat index forecast instead of the air temperature forecast to more adequately assess the day's risk of prolonged heat exposure on evicted individuals. Beginning with our support for the bill, prohibiting evictions when the daily temperature rises above 95 degrees would benefit Legal Aid's client community. Members of Legal Aid's client community generally live at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. As of October 2025, Legal Aid has represented or advised individuals in 890 housing cases this year alone. Our housing practice centers on eviction prevention, but when eviction cannot be prevented, Legal Aid supports measures to make eviction as humane as possible. The risk of prolonged heat exposure, including heat exhaustion and heat stroke, can be particularly acute for the unhoused, who have little recourse to find indoor shelter from the heat. For example, according to the city's shelter census, the June 2025 heat emergency overlapped with several days when some wards had no shelter beds available, and on 2 days during the emergency, there were no shelter beds available for men in the entire district. Day centers operate on a first-come, first-served basis and turn away district residents in need of cooler spaces once they are full. Legal Aid supports the bill's aim to prevent further burden on the city's overburdened heat plan resources. Turning to my second point, Legal Aid suggests use of the heat index as a metric because it provides a better method of assessing the daily risk of heat exposure rather than temperature alone. The temperature forecast alone fails to account for common additional risk factors, such as the district is what's known as an urban heat island. Due to common facets of urban living, including an excess of heat absorbent surfaces like concrete and asphalt and a lack of tree coverage, temperatures within the city, particularly in densely populated areas, can be much higher than in neighboring areas. For example, on a day where the recorded National Weather Service temperature may reach 93 degrees, the temperature in neighborhoods with more of these risk factors like Trinidad, Navy Yard, or Ivy City may actually reach as high as 102 degrees, and that's air temperature. Humidity further compounds the heat's impact on people in these neighborhoods. The National Weather Service utilizes the heat index, which combines air temperature and humidity, because it more accurately reflects the impact of temperature on the human body, which has greater difficulty recovering from heat exposure in humid conditions. This is particularly relevant in DC, which experienced one of the most humid summers on record in 2025. When taken in conjunction with the humidity, what's recorded as a 93-degree day would like and have the bodily impact of 115 degrees in some of the neighborhoods I previously mentioned. We also highlight that the heat index is consistent with existing district policy. The heat index, rather than temperature, is the metric used by the 2025 DC Heat Plan to determine the basis for declaring a heat emergency. Legal Aid appreciates this opportunity to testify before the committee on the Extreme Heat Eviction Protection Amendment Act, which, with the amendment I mentioned, we believe will be incredibly helpful for our clients. Thank you, and I will be submitting written testimony.
Thank you very much. Farrah Fawcett with the Empower DC.
Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Farrah Fawcett, the Community Development Director at Empower DC, which builds resident power through community organizing to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice. I'm here today to speak mainly about the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act. But before doing that, I just want to express my support, Empower DC's support, for the Extreme Heat Eviction Prevention Amendment Act. This legislation will protect the health and safety of vulnerable residents, and it follows protections that DC already has in place for hypothermia days. So I really encourage you all to pass this act. We are in the midst of an eviction crisis, and if we needed any more evidence, this morning was the evidence. We were hearing all morning from residents who were trying to get through the ERAP appointment line. They were told they couldn't speak to anyone in Spanish. They were receiving system is out of order. After one ring, the phone would hang up. And then we just heard a few minutes ago that that all appointments are now closed. And so the estimated 600 families who are waiting in line at Virginia Williams were told to go home. This is because that program is severely underfunded, that it was severely underfunded by the council in this last year. So one minor thing you can do is making sure that we're not evicting people in extreme heat. Moving to the tenant buyout agreement legislation. And of course, in the next budget, we need to talk about better funding for these programs. So moving to the tenant buyout legislation, I want to appreciate the work of this committee on this tricky issue. I share the concerns that I've heard the council, particularly this committee, express around buyout agreements. Offering people money in exchange for their tenancy rights is ripe for exploitation. Renters may move and be unable to afford higher rents, even with financial compensation. People may not understand what they're signing or that they had a right to stay. And it can lead to the loss of affordable housing, of course. I've worked in tenant organizing and affordable housing preservation for 20 years. What I've seen is that when renters have unbiased information on their rights and options, they make decisions that benefit themselves and their communities. As a tenant organizer, when tenants were presented with buyout offers, I would create a spreadsheet that would show their current rents, how those rents would go up over the years based on their affordability, and then comparable buildings and how those rents would increase. And then we'd look at the cost difference. It might show that in a year, a resident could pay maybe $12,000 more. Over 10 years, $100,000. This kind of information made it so that people could make good decisions for themselves about buyout agreements. I do support the disclosure requirements in this bill. I want to make sure they're clear and they clearly link are linked to buyouts within the TOPA context. The legislation does state that tenants should get a notice about a notice of information. I want to make sure that it clearly says that they don't have to accept a buyout agreement, that if the building is for sale, residents have the right to stay under their current lease, and that before entering into a buyout agreement, you should be fully aware of your rights. It should include where to go for free or low cost assistance, similar to what's included right now in an offer of sale. And I support that these agreements are filed with DHCD and that there's a basic check to make sure that the agreements comply with disclosure. But I have real concerns with the restrictions on a buyout agreements. I don't think they're useful or necessary. The maximum and minimums don't really make sense. The minimum, I think, is $300 a room. That wouldn't really help people to move. And there's a lot of reasons. We've heard a lot of good examples today about how there might be real differences, that equal doesn't always mean equitable. For example, a longer term resident might need more money to afford higher housing costs than a resident who's been there less years. There's also two very different concepts here. There's buyout agreements, and then there's the assignment of rights under TOPA. I don't think assignment of rights under TOPA is what you actually are trying to talk about in this bill. So I would really encourage you to take that out. Assignment of rights includes things like added affordability, family size units, services. It includes so many things that residents negotiate with potential owners, and you definitely would not want to limit that to financial compensation. As other people have stated today, the real fix here is making sure that folks know their rights. So fully funding tenant organizing and making sure that people are connected to those rights. The other big thing is fully funding preservation. I know you made some good moves in this last budget, including 10 million specifically for preservation. Having those options, that is the way that we actually preserve affordable housing and making sure that folks know them. So I appreciate your work on this bill, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Vic Goncalves with Mikasa Inc.
Sorry, took a minute to get unmuted. Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mikasa Inc. I'm also a tenant in Ward 3. Today I'll address Bill 26359, the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act. While I appreciate the council's attempt to make buyouts more transparent and equitable for tenants, I believe this bill requires further consideration and may have many unintended consequences. Each tenant and each building situation may be very unique, and setting standard buyout limits and minimums will result in tenants being displaced without the necessary funds to be able to stay stably housed. Our position is that while the intention of this bill may be good, it needs to be worked on further with legal experts who represent both tenants and landlords in these types of agreements. This bill would not benefit individual tenants and may lead to further exploitation of vulnerable tenants. We echo concerns raised by our colleagues at Legal Aid and Empower DC about the implications of this bill, as well as concerns raised by the Title Association about the conflation of buyouts for vacating units and tenant rights assignments. As we've mentioned during the Rental Act hearings and conversations, buyout agreements between property owners and tenants are agreements between property owners and tenants that incentivize the tenants to vacate their unit for various reasons. We're concerned about the section of the bill that further defines buyouts as payments in exchange for the assignment of TOPA rights. Buyouts are not about the assignment of rights, and including this as part of the definition for buyouts will continue to perpetuate an environment in which tenants' TOPA rights are up for sale. If buyouts are included in a TOPA negotiation, they should remain as a condition of vacating units and not in exchange for an assignment of rights. Tenants should have legal representation when making these kinds of choices, especially in a TOPA situation, which is why we supported the cooling off period in the TOPA sections of the Rental Act. Often, tenants don't receive accurate information about their rights and are told that buyouts are their only options. The bill is pretty vague on what tenant right information needs to be included when tenants receive a buyout offer. We want to make sure that it is very clear that tenants understand that they do not have to accept a buyout and that is not their only option, as well as that tenants have access to legal advice when reviewing these types of agreements. We appreciate efforts to ensure that tenants receive buyouts in their primary language. However, we really think that we need to hone in on what tenant right information should be specifically included. Another concern that we have is the administrative burden and complications that may arise from the way that the bill sets the minimum and maximum buyout calculations and the oversight of these provisions. We strongly encourage the council to continue to meet with landlord-tenant attorneys, title attorneys, and tenant advocates to further consider the unintended consequences that may arise from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Amelia Kalma, Director of the Wilkes Initiative for Housing Policy at the DC Policy Center.
Good afternoon, council members and members of the committee. My name is Amelia Kalma, and I'm the Director of the Wilkes Initiative at the DC Policy Center. We're an independent, nonpartisan think tank dedicated to advancing policies for a strong and vibrant District of Columbia. And I'm here today to testify in opposition of the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act. While I appreciate the bill's intention to improve negotiated outcomes for tenants and housing providers, its structure does not address the real challenges associated with monetary consideration in TOPA negotiations and could ultimately limit opportunities for tenants and affordable housing providers. My testimony draws on our March 2025 report, TOPA's Promise and Pitfalls, which looked at 11 years of TOPA activity and had extensive stakeholder interviews. One lesson was really clear. Even well-intentioned interventions can ultimately slow down transactions, deter investment, and reduce opportunities for affordability. So first, by pushing tenants towards accepting monetary compensation in exchange for assignment of rights, the bill undermines the full range of negotiated benefits that tenants often secure: repairs, affordability covenants, or energy efficient upgrades. And redirecting these negotiations towards cash would reduce these affordability commitments, diminish reinvestment in aging buildings, and place mission-driven developers at a competitive disadvantage, because tenants acting individually may understandably prefer cash over long-term affordability for the building. Second, the bill introduces pricing floors that will artificially raise transaction costs. Stakeholders we interviewed already view TOPA-related payouts as costly and disconnected from improvements to affordability or building conditions, and having mandated minimum payments would raise these costs even further, making it harder for affordable housing developers to compete and ultimately undermining TOPA's goal of preserving affordable housing. And third, the bill's uniform framework cannot account for the diversity of building conditions, tenant circumstances, and financial realities across DC. Instead of increasing fairness, rigid formulas will make negotiations more adversarial and can reduce these agreements. The bill relies on determination factors like unit size, tenancy length, and fair market rent, which is subjective. Then these don't reflect actual tenant needs or building economics, and they ignore key considerations such as whether the tenant is staying or vacating, the unit's physical condition, needed repairs. It could tie owners to outdated buyout levels and force identical offers for vastly different circumstances. These ambiguities would also create some legal uncertainty. Title companies, lenders, and attorneys would face new risks in determining whether agreements comply with the statute, and disputes over the formula application could delay transactions further, increase legal exposure, and discourage investment in our current market. And finally, this bill adds administrative requirements without a plan for use of this data. Requiring DHCU to file every offer and agreement adds workload to an agency with already, large capacity constraints. And right now, there's no plan for providing any public value. The bill doesn't collect any information on non-monetary outcomes. And without a strategy for making this data usable, these requirements risk just becoming more paperwork rather than tools for transparency. So in conclusion, as drafted, the bill introduces rigidity, risk, and administrative burden without improving tenant protections or housing outcomes. Instead, it will likely just raise housing costs, discourage investment, and limit the ability for affordable housing developers to acquire and rehabilitate these properties. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. Let me say hello to and recognize students from Academy of Hope. Glad to see you in the building today, and glad you all could drop in. And want to thank this panel of witnesses. As is often the case with the last panel of public witnesses, I don't have a ton of questions, but I do have one for you, Catherine Shea, on evictions. What's your understanding of what happens when an eviction is delayed because of weather? Does this result in a significant delay?
I believe the witnesses who testified earlier who brought up that point were correct that there's no firm data. However, according to the U.S. Marshals policies, it is their policy to, I have the website pulled up actually, one of the benefits of appearing online, that they are trying to conduct the eviction as soon as on the next available date on which the temperature and precipitation permit. So they are trying to get it promptly. And it is my understanding that it's based on the marshal's availability.
Okay. I appreciate that. That was something I want to understand. Well, I want to thank you all for being with us and for your testimonies today, and look forward to working with you all if these bills progress. We are going to, before we move to our first government witness, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. So we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess, and we will resume at 1 p.m. We're in a brief recess. We are resumed. I will now turn to our government witnesses, starting with Director Colleen Green of DHCD. As is the practice of this committee, I'll swear in our government witnesses. I'll ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Before we discuss the bills that pertain to DHCD, I would like for us to discuss an oversight topic that's relevant and it's come up several times today. And I want to take a moment to, before we get into the question and answer and testimony, just discuss this LIHTC issue. The Low Income Housing Tax Credit, also known as LIHTC, helps build and fix affordable housing units in DC. It works by giving investors a tax credit if they help to build homes for people who can't afford high rents. In return, the building must keep rent affordable for tenants at certain thresholds for at least 30 years. Take a market rate apartment that costs $2,200 per month. Under the LIHTC program, the tenant would pay $1,600 a month and LIHTC would cover the remaining $600. Credits are limited and given out each year to states based on population size. For example, in 2025, the district received the minimum amount of $3.45 million. According to one 8610 IRS form, DHCD returned $3.5 million in LIHTC credits to the national pool, while another 8610 IRS form suggested that $3.1 million was returned. I want to say it plainly, whether it's 3.5, $3.1 million, that is essentially our credit allotment for an entire year. Last year, nearly all 50 states combined returned $3.8 million. Also, $3.1 million, if that's the figure, is an understatement. LIHTC is awarded over a 10-year period, meaning that the district returned a total of more than $30 million back to the federal government. When we lose credits, we lose affordable housing for our residents. That means fewer units, longer wait lists, higher rent costs, and more families struggling. As we heard from one witness, and my phone has been blowing up all day, as I'm sure many of us have, the ERAP, or Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is oversubscribed. We had hundreds of people waiting in line, indicating that a lot of folks in our city are struggling to afford to pay rent. So I want to address that first before we move into our bills for today. So Director, earlier this year, at the March 3rd performance oversight hearing, I asked you whether DHCD allocated all of its competitive federal low-income housing tax credits for 2024. You stated it is allocated to projects that came into the pipeline and that returns rarely ever happen because it's a very rare resource that is needed, and so everyone is clamoring for it. So you would have to look at a time where you would have to look at a time where that happened. Is that still correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time of the March 3rd hearing, DHCD had or had not returned LIHTC money?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At the March 3rd hearing, had DHCD returned LIHTC money?
No.
Okay. Has DHCD returned LIHTC money?
So I think language is really important. So we just want to call them credits because they are tax credits. So we did not return money. We returned credits.
Why is that distinction important?
Its distinction is important because credits have different values at different times for different reasons. So like right now, we are having problems in the housing market and investors are not interested as they were before in investing in DC. So credits cost a lot less for investors if they're interested even in coming to the district. So at some point in the market, maybe 2017, 2018, around that period, credits were bought for $1.05. Now they go as low as 50 cents, 65 cents. So if you want to, equate it as cash, and in addition, it's over 10 years. So it's actual credits that we return, and they have different values.
What's the value of credits we've returned?
I wouldn't know, again, because they would be negotiated differently. It all depends on the project, it depends on the developer, it depends on the circumstances. So they're all negotiated differently. So it's very hard to put a specific dollar amount on the credits unless the investor value, was valued.
I mean, so to the average person watching this, they say that's semantics, right? So this is the credits, money, whatever you call it. This helps finance affordable housing.
Correct. Credits are used to incentivize equity as subsidy in housing developments.
Okay, so I mean,
I just think that it's important to not to act like we've returned a check for $35 million.
I think it's important to not act like we didn't lose money if we did. And so I'm trying to understand if we lost money. And I want to make sure we don't get lost in semantics.
Yeah, so am I.
So did we lose money for affordable housing projects in DC?
We lost tax credits. We returned tax credits.
And the tax credits have no monetary value?
They can have a monetary value if there's an investor that's interested in investing in them.
There are times where credits have no monetary value?
I have not known a time that credits have no monetary values, but they can go very low or extremely high.
Or that's given the level of unaffordability in this city, I think the average person who believes that anybody in DC government doesn't understand that tax credits have value is going to be very frustrated with that answer. I'm very frustrated with that answer because I don't think we should be debating whether or not there's value to the tax credits.
I'm not debating that. I'm just saying I want to make it clear that we did not return cash and we returned credits.
Okay. How many credits did we return?
We returned 3.1 million in tax credits.
Million what in tax credits?
3.1 million in tax credits.
Dollars?
Yes.
Okay. So your name and signature are on the IRS Form 8610 dated February 28, 2025, which was before that hearing. At the hearing, when I asked whether DHCD allocated all of its competitive LIHTC credits for 2024, you said is allocated to projects that came into the pipeline and that returns rarely ever happen. What the IRS 8610 form and your response seem incompatible. What am I missing?
Incompatible to the returns?
Yes, your answer indicated that you did not
So my
return credits.
interpretation of that was, did we allocate all the allocation in a year's credits? So we get, as you mentioned, I think it's 3.4 originally, and now it's up to 3.9 in tax credits every year that's allocated to our state agency, which is DHCD in this instance. So all of those credits were allocated to projects.
Okay. But then they ended up being returned.
Correct. Once you allocate the credits to a developer, the developer is responsible for completing the project within 2 years. And that would be the placed in service date.
So does the agency typically not know until we have to return the credits, whether or not those credits are going to be used?
No, we know when there's an indication that they will not be able to make the placed in service date on time. So they will ask to swap the credits because they'll have a reason or rationale for why they can't make the placed in service date, which again is 2 years from the time the credits are allocated.
I'm going to try for both of us to speak in plain language because this hearing is not just for me and you, it's for the public. So what does that mean in layman's terms? And so my question was whether DHCD usually knows before the last minute and has to send those credits back that a project is not likely to be able to use them on time.
We would have an indication.
Okay. Did you have an indication for these projects?
I was not here during that time. These are 2020 and 2021 credits.
But the agency has to be notified, correct, if the credits are not used in that year. So even for it to go out those 2 years, the agency would have to have some understanding, correct?
So when we allocate credits, it's at the time that we're underwriting the project, right? So it's part of the capital stack. As you've mentioned, it's to create subsidy for a development deal. So when we're allocating the credits, we know how much credits we're giving to the developer. So we allocate those credits so they can start the development process and negotiate with investors to buy the credits over time. So we know what amount we're giving them based on what the offer is from the investor. They start the project and projects have delays. These projects were during the pandemic, so obviously we had an economic downturn. We had construction delays on almost all projects. People weren't working. There were supply chain issues. So it is trending over the entire nation that these credits during this time frame were returned.
So as I've looked at credits returned, the pandemic height was 23. That's when about $11.54 million nationally was returned. But we're talking about here 2025, which I can't find, of course.
2024, we returned 2023 credits in 2024.
Okay, and how much total was returned nationally in 2024?
In 2024, there was 3.8 million available in the national pool.
How much was returned nationally in 2024?
So I don't know how much are returned. There's no statistic or no information or report that's public about how much credits are returned. They only say what's available in the national pool.
Okay. So 3.8 million in 2024?
Yes.
And how much of that did DC return?
We returned 3.1, but we
Okay.
had not returned in any previous years.
Okay. So if we return 3.1 and the total available in the national pool was 3.8, how are you concluding that that was a national COVID trend?
Because the projects that, the tax credits that we returned were tax credits that were allocated during the pandemic, 2020 and 2021.
Let me go back to the specific projects. These were 22 credits?
They were 2020 and 2021 credits.
Okay, 2020 and 2021 credits. So by the time we got to 2024, we were still talking about 2020 and 2021 credits? And
The tax returns for 24 reflect 2023, just like our taxes, we do the year from before.
and could we have carried those over to another year?
No, we could not carry those over because we were already allocated them to developers.
So if we get
Unallocated credits can be carried over.
unallocated credits, so if you allocate credits to a project and that project is not going to be delivered on time, you cannot send them back under any circumstances? Or you can't get them back, you can't?
They don't go back to our pool, no, but you can try to place them on another project if you have a project available to do so.
So what's a carryover allocation agreement?
Carryover allocation agreement is when a project has certifies that they've spent 10% of their budget in the construction process.
I'm sorry?
A carryover allocation is given and reserved when a project certifies that they spent at least 10% of their construction budget.
Is a carryover allocation agreement is between what parties?
It's between the developer and the state agency.
Okay, so you could not have, for the credits that were returned, done a carryover
You
allocation?
can't do two carryovers.
So they had already done a carryover?
They were allocated. That's how you allocate the credits with the carryover agreement.
Okay, so they couldn't carry it over, and
They were already carried over.
they couldn't carry it over again?
You can't carry over twice.
Okay, so they could not carry it over again. So, and there were no other projects that How many projects had applied for tax credits in 2024?
In 2024,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Let me see if my colleague has questions on this issue.
Director, why are you talking about 2020 and 2021?
Because those are the years of the allocation of tax credits that were returned.
Well, the document I'm looking at right now is a 2024 tax document, which is
As you do your own tax returns, you do the tax returns for the previous year.
which is not 2020 or 2021.
It's 2023. The credits were returned in 2023.
For 2021?
Yes, you have 2 years in which to place in service tax credits. That is in the Section 42 law. And so they did not place the credits in service on time. They requested a swap of credits to be applied to a more current year credits to be applied to their developments.
There are any number of projects at any moment in time that need these credits. Why would we not be spending?
We were in a pandemic and all of the projects were having challenges. In addition, in order to get tax credits, you would have to compete to get them. All 9% tax credits are allocated on a competitive basis. So if there weren't projects to give them to, then there was nothing that could be done.
I mean, I can list off a whole number of projects in Ward 1 that were ready to go that had bid. And
did they compete in the tax credit application?
Absolutely. And also,
Well, what were they?
I'm not going to say what they are because I don't want someone to get in trouble, but I will tell you.
Well, no one would get in trouble.
There's the people that are talking to me are concerned about retaliation.
Okay.
Because you are their funder.
Okay, well, there's no reason that you should be concerned about. You can tell me what they are when you want, but here's the thing. Tax credits are allocated in a certain year. It is developers' responsibility to place the project in service within 2 years. If they don't do that, they can ask for a swap of credits. If there's not a project to put the credits on, then the credits are returned. In 2023, I'm not sure what the analysis was in 2023 about where tax credits could be allocated. That was my first year, so I would not have made that analysis. It would have been something that they had done previously. They returned those credits in 2023. That's why I was the one that signed the tax document, which is the year after in 2024.
So you're telling me that in that many years, nobody could figure out how to allocate those tax credits?
It was a pandemic. There was an economic downturn.
People were still building things.
Yes, but there were not enough to take the credits. These projects had 1.2 million in credits. There were not enough projects to take the credits. They didn't have enough basis. It's not just a matter of you building it. You have to certify certain costs. They have to be eligible basis. And you also have to be able to place the credits in time since they were already allocated.
I understand
So it's
that.
not just saying, oh, here's a project here, you can have them.
Can we
Here's
see
a
a
project
list?
here, you can have them. It doesn't work like
I get that. Can we see a list of the projects that were eligible for tax credits those years?
Sure.
Great. So why do we think only DC had this challenge? Councilmember White got into this with you, and the credit return made up the bulk of the LIHTC return for 2024. DC's
We don't
credits?
think DC was the only place that had this challenge. In 2021, 7.8 million was returned. 2022, 5.4 were returned, and in 2023, 11.4 were returned.
Yeah, but that's a huge chunk from DC.
We don't get a lot of credits in DC.
Yeah, which is why we shouldn't give them back.
Right, so the developers needed to place them in service,
Okay.
and they did not. It's not like you choose to give them back, right? You give them to the developer is supposed to place the project in service.
Let me ask you something about the end
And
of
if they don't swap them out in time, then you have the choice of to kill the project and not put more credits on it, which would we leave an unfinished project? And in the QAP, you're able to swap the projects. This is similar to the time when in 2007 and 2009, when there was an economic downturn and banks were having trouble, they had a swap of credits that you could do in terms of cash. It was a program that the federal government that was available through the federal government because no one was investing in credits and no one was building.
And how many did we
So-
get back then?
It was not a get back, it was in exchange for cash. And I would have to look back to 2007 and 2009.
Let me ask you a question about last year. So at the end of 2024, there were projects in the pipeline that had been approved for credits. How many letters of agreement did DHCD sign with developers to ensure those credits would roll over for 2024 to 25?
I would have to get that to you.
Anybody have any idea? Because you got your whole team here.
Yeah, I have my whole team here, but they don't know the specific questions they were going to ask you. I do believe there were 4 projects in 2024 that got allocation.
That's good, but at the end of the year, there were some pending, and I'm curious which of
Why do you
them,
think there were some pending?
because I do a lot of work with housing developers, and I know who's applying for what.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that they were awarded.
No, they were awarded. They were
So if they were
awarded
awarded-
and waiting on DHCD to.
I would have to, that would not be possible.
It would not be possible,
No.
but there were people at the end of the year waiting for letters of agreement
Why would they wait for?
that ended
letters of
up getting
agreement?
25 credits instead of 24 credits.
Because they wanted 24 credits. So I know what particular project you're talking about. So we can call them out, we cannot call them out. They asked for 2024 credits. We allocated the 2024 credits, and then they decided that they needed 2025 credits. So we put the 2024 credits back per their request, and then they got 2025 credits, which allowed them more time to develop their project. So they didn't have an early place in service date because they didn't think they would be able to complete in time.
So how many developers were in that position at the end of 2024? That's what I'm trying to get at. You obviously knew the specifics of the one that I was alluding to.
That is the only one. The reason I know that specific one is because we had to edit our tax returns because of that project. That is why I'm familiar with the one you're talking about.
Mhm. So then what happened with the 2024 credits?
They were allocated
Where do they go?
to different projects that applied.
And so you were able to do that kind of quickly in 2024?
It wasn't quickly. They were projects that came.
Well,
with
in
the
time before the
application.
year end?
It doesn't matter of time before the year ends.
Well, it seems to.
It's like a non sequitur question.
I was not trying to give you a non sequitur question. I truly do not understand why the year end doesn't matter. Is it more because it's a fiscal year?
No, it's more when the investor is ready to invest and the project's ready to close.
But the expiration of the credits are at the end of the year.
The expiration of the credits are not necessarily at the end of the year. It is 2 years from the time that they get the
At the end of that
allocation.
period is the end of the calendar year.
Right.
I'm over my time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. I want to make sure we can get to a conclusive place on this. One of my big concern is we returned about 80% of our tax credits for 1 year. And Director, you don't seem particularly concerned. And I'm not sure you understand why I'm so concerned. What are we missing here? What am I missing?
I'm concerned, of course. There were construction delays that were beyond the control of the developers. And so they asked for a swap of credits. Obviously, if there's not enough projects because of the same economic downturn, then there's not enough projects. It's a point in time, right? So it's a point in time that happened across the nation. Our credits were a little later than the other people that returned their credits because maybe theirs were 2019 credits. Maybe they were 2018 credits. Ours were 2020 credits where the delays were happening. It's not a matter of the timing of the pandemic. They could have started at 2020, right when the pandemic started, or 2021. There were still supply chain delays in DC. There's still supply chain delays in DC. So we have a request now for a project to swap out credits because there's delays. So it happens from time to time, and they're allowed to do that. Usually we try to find a project to put them into With this particular project, we're hopeful we found another project that can take the credits and have enough basis.
So, I mean, our timing would be then different of projects affected by the pandemic than the entire rest of the nation, because almost 100% of the credits that went back for 2024 came
I can't say what happened or why it happened in terms of the rest of the nation. All I can say is 2020 was a pandemic year. 2021 was right after the pandemic year. Those are the set of projects that asked for credit swaps. They got them.
But I thought they could only carry over 2 years. Is that incorrect? So if they allocate in 21, the latest they could use them is 23.
Correct.
But the returns we're talking about are 24, right?
So they reflect 23 activity.
Okay. So no other jurisdiction across the nation seems to have returned anywhere near this magnitude of credits.
They did it before in prior years.
The highest I could find going back to 2020 was in 2023, and that was 11.4 million for the entire country. And again, we get a tiny allocation.
So that was probably for credits that they had in 2019 and 2020.
So let me go back to something I was trying to understand earlier. These credits were allocated to projects. The projects did not close.
No, they closed. The projects were in construction.
Okay. And so why didn't they get the tax credits, or why didn't they use them?
They had delays, construction delays. You have to use the credits within 2 years from getting them allocated. They had construction delays. So
Okay.
they weren't able to place in service their projects. Place in service has indicated by a temporary certificate of occupancy, meaning they're ready to take tenants on.
What usually happens when there are delays?
They asked to swap out the credits, which is what they did.
And they asked to swap out their credits. And when there are delays and you swap out the credits, what usually happens to the old ones?
You either find some place to put them, another project that has the requirements to place them in service on time, or you return them to the national pool.
Looking nationally, I can't find anything anywhere near this magnitude of credits returned. But you're saying this is kind of normal.
Where would you find the magnitude of credits returned?
I'm looking at the amount that goes back into the national pool.
So the national pool in 2023, as you've indicated, was 11.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
I can't answer why it was this credit. What I can answer is that it was during the pandemic, right? Even credits returned in 2023 or 2022 and 2021 were pandemic credits. And I would also say that we took a lot longer to come out of COVID because we didn't repeal our COVID laws as some of these other people. So we had delayed effects of the market as well here. So that's another reason. So maybe when people were on the upswing, they just repealed their laws and they were back in business, right? We did not, and we're still fighting that. So there's not a lot of projects to put, even now, we don't have a lot of projects. As I try to find projects to give credits to from this request for swaps, I can't find projects that have enough basis because we don't have the production that we had.
So for context, for other folks, I'm saying the high mark was 11.4 million in 23. DC gets about 3.8 million. California by itself gets 108 million. So when I say what we return is wildly out of proportion, it is wildly out of proportion. Almost the entirety of the tax credits that went back into the national pool. Again, California by itself gets over 100 million.
You can't compare it. We only get 3.4 million.
Which is
and so we build, it depends on the size of the projects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So California it's about the basis by which they can get their credit. So we can have 3 projects or even 2 projects that take up our entire allocation of credits. If you have a $25 million project, it will probably could take up our whole allocation of credits. It's about the basis of the project.
But to that point, though, if DC in other years and other states in any year is returning relatively small amounts, if any, of tax credits, it means that there are some indications before a project just can't pan out in time where they can identify that and have a process to move those credits somewhere.
And we have that process.
So what happened there?
There were no projects available to put these credits into.
And when you say available, what does that mean?
What that means is there's no projects that were able to absorb these credits at the time that had enough basis or can complete in time.
And in time means would mean what?
Within 2 years of the allocation. The 2-year date of the allocation from the original allocation in the project is still the placed in service date. It doesn't re-up because I put it in another project.
Okay. Okay, so there were no projects, you're saying there were no other projects
And
that
just
could
also, again,
have taken those credits.
reiterate, this is 2020, 2021, and 2023. So what I'm doing is analyzing what happened in the past.
But before we return the credits, there were no projects that could have taken those credits.
No projects that I could see and no projects that were reported at that time.
Okay. And there was nothing that we could have done at that point to carry over those credits.
Again, it was a point in time that I was not here, really. I started in January 2023, so it was a point in time that I was not here.
Who should have been tracking that?
The developer primarily, and we track, we do inspections at certain point in time, and we rely on the developer and the development team to confirm when they can finish the project. But at this point, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because there were no projects to put them into.
And at what point did you realize we were going to have to send these credits back?
I didn't realize. I'm just doing the calculation of what was there. There was no realization for me to have.
Well, we have 2 years, you said, to use the credits.
Right.
So
but you're asking me to respond to decisions that were made that I was not party to.
no, you signed the form to send the credits back.
I signed the forms to send the credits back because I had to sign the forms to send the credits back because we did not use them.
And what I'm asking is, a month before that, 2 months before that, 6 months before that, there's no point at which the agency should have known we're going to.
They were already swapped. They were already swapped.
Meaning what?
At some point, they were asked for a swap. I can't tell you when they asked for the swap. They could have asked for the swap in 2022, right?
So there was nothing that the agency could have done a month before they were returned, 2 months before, 6 months before. There were nothing that the agency could have done.
I'm sure if the agency at the time could have done something, they would have.
I'm saying before we sent them back.
No.
There's nothing we could have done 1 to 6 months before that.
If there was, I'm sure it would have happened.
Okay. Anything else that you want to share on that?
No.
All right. Well, let's move into the bills at hand, and we will work through the responses on the live tech issue. I'm sorry. Before we go there, because this is relevant too. HPAP funds. Last night I read an article about HPAP funds. Might as well get an answer about that. My understanding from the article is that the $1 million that wasn't used in HPAP was money that was transferred to the program during the fiscal year. Is that right? Not the original amount that the council allocated to HPAP.
Right. The council allocated approximately 33 and we spent 35.
Okay. Why was there $1 million that was transferred but not used to HPAP?
I would have to have my CFO answer that.
Okay. Could you follow up with us on that?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, let me, before we get into the bills, turn to Councilmember Fruman. So we haven't started the bills yet. We're talking about LIHTC and HPAP.
I have been listening, so I got here just in the nick of time before you changed the subject. So I'm trying to understand the mechanics here. And if there's credits, let's just say there's 2-year credits that are given in 2021, they expire at the end of 2023. By the end of 2023, it's become clear that they're not going to get the temporary certificate of occupancy on time. So then there is a swap to take a 2024 credit that gives them 2 more years to finish the project. And now you have this very ripe set of 2021 credits that expire in 2023. And in order for them to be used, there would have to be an affordable housing project that didn't have credits already and was on the cusp of getting a temporary certificate of occupancy in the next 6 months. Is that the situation that the agency found itself in?
The time frame of 6 months, I don't know, like the time frame, the decision could be made anywhere within the time of the allocation of the credits. But essentially, yes.
So, what I'm envisioning is credits are given in January of 2021. They're going to expire at the end of December in 2023. They're given to a project that should be able to be completed by the end of 2023. But at some point, it becomes clear
that they're not going to
that
finish.
it's not going to finish on time. You swap out to a future year. That's a loss, because that means we don't have those credits for a new project in that future year. We're using it for an old project. So it's not that's a negative event when we
That
have
is a
to do
negative
that.
event.
But the circumstance that the agency would have found itself in is at some point when they became aware that the developer's not going to make it, now they have to find somebody who's going to finish on time.
Correct.
And there isn't going to be anybody who's going to finish on time because they didn't start because they didn't have the credits.
Well, sometimes you'll find that people are kind of on the same time frame and maybe they have extra basis in their project that you could, add to that project. So, something like that. Maybe someone will buy additional credits and they have the basis in which credits can be allocated, because you have to have eligible uses.
So you could give additional subsidy to another project that could qualify, that had space to absorb that subsidy. I would assume in that process there would be a negotiation about what it is you get in return for that additional subsidy. I would hope so.
Well, they would have more equity, right? So the investors would be buying additional credits, so they would get more equity into the project.
Yeah.
Or more dollars into the project. So for a project that needed more dollars, they could use that for a shortfall or whatever.
Yeah, but part of the advantage of this is that these are dollars that to the developer are cheaper, and so it gives the developer the capacity to add more affordability if they're getting the dollars cheaper. But what I'm hearing is you couldn't find a place to park these. Is there?
I want to say the agency couldn't.
The agency couldn't find a place to park these in that moment. So that's the focus, is what was going on in that moment. Does the agency have the ability, there's the Cash for Covenants project, the idea. Are there other uses besides classic LIHTC projects that these kinds of tax credits could be used to underwrite affordability? Is there something creative someone could do where there may not be a project in the pipeline that has space for it, or a new project that is gonna finish on time, that could you go to a new project, to a market project that was happening and say, we'll give you these credits if you would include a component of affordability in your project that didn't exist before?
I'm not aware of that happening.
Of it happening or being able to do it?
Or being able to happen.
I mean, I get the situation where there is, to the extent that there's a failure when the credits were allocated, because there were a bunch of folks who applied for the credits, I would think, and we chose some who didn't finish on time. And should we have had more of an inkling that this project's not going to finish on time, and therefore we should be looking at a different one? And then there's an alarm system. Maybe if the agency heard a year out, they could solve it and find the place for the credits. But if they hear too late, what kinds of...
Well, I think, at the 50% mark, when they're 50% complete, that's a good time to figure out if they're going to make the credits or they're going to make the place in service date or not. And we do inspections as an agency at the 50% mark and the 75% mark, typically.
But are you watching, these credits are going to expire at the end of 2023. We haven't done our 50% inspection. Nobody's called us out for our 50% inspection.
No, those conversations happen.
Because I think one lesson of this is we need to be really vigilant in the projects that we select so that they finish on time. And we need to be very vigilant in the process while in that 2-year period to make sure they're on track, because the later we hear they're on track, the greater the risk that we're going to have to...
I agree with you. And and that's true. And the agency does do that. So the 9% tax credit program is a competitive program. So some of the things that you consider is the sponsor, their capability, their development team. So you're tracking all of that to make sure they have a team that you think can complete, right? So all of these teams that swapped out credits were good teams that had a record, a history. They'd done projects with the district before, but they were in the pandemic.
They're affected by the pandemic.
They were affected by the pandemic.
Because the pandemics. Okay, well,
they were affected by construction delays and all the factors that came with the pandemic.
Okay, and we were in a period where we were hearing lots of stuff about after the pandemic supply chain stuff, which is the things that you referred to, and was a driver of inflation that may have led to the results of the last election, which is worse than anything else that we're talking about here. Okay, well, the lesson there is, who shot John and why did it happen? And I actually am curious. I think we're all curious to really understand which projects had to swap out and what's the explanation and what was the agency doing to monitor that. And then also, what flexibility did the agency have to use the credits in ways that they could qualify before they expired? I don't know the answers to those questions, but I'm going to want to follow up. But also, we don't want it to happen again. When Councilmember White talks about the proportions, I hear you. We have fewer projects, they might be bigger, but that means we need to be watching them like a hawk, because if they fail, then we put all our eggs in one basket. So we shouldn't have a disproportionate amount of the returned credits. And what do we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again? That's the question for me.
Oh, so to answer that, we inspect the projects, we negotiate with them, we ask them what their timeline is. We inspect at 50% and 75% of completion, and we have an indication of whether or not they're going to make it or not. If you're at 50% complete, that should give you, and you see it's not going that direction where they're going to be placed in service, then we can start looking for projects that would have eligible bases. Now, the question that you're asking about, are there other ways to place it, as you're saying, to a market rate or other project? I'm not aware of that. But it's an interesting thing to look at. I have not seen that. I'm not aware of that.
I just, the whole, and I'm over and I'll stop. I mean, the phenomenon of swapping is a negative event. It doesn't turn out to be negative for that developer, but it's negative for the next person in the queue because the thing that was.
It's not negative for the next person in the queue.
It's negative because there's less available if you swap out.
Once you allocate the credits, they're out the bank. They can't come back. So it's not that I can get them back and roll them over. So
No, I
there's no
understand
way
that,
for
but-
the next project to get them once they're allocated.
No, but the ones for which you swapped, the ones that you said, okay, we're taking back your 2021 credits and we're giving you a 2024 set of credits. That means that set of 2024 credits isn't available for somebody else because they were used for.
They were used,
They
right.
were used.
Right.
That's the sense in which it is negative, is that we're pulling from the future to save a past project. And we don't want to have to face that situation. Okay, I'm way over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To wrap up here, one factual question. You cannot unallocate credits?
It would be the swap.
Okay. And to Councilmember Fruman's point, did you say what, if anything, we need to do differently to make sure this doesn't happen again?
I think that we have procedures and policies in place to try to ensure that this does not happen. Like with the inspections, we inspected 50%, we inspected 75%, and we also are in contact with developers and investors. Investors are really interested also, and they do their own inspections because they want to get the credits in the year that they want them. So they'll often indicate this is not going to make it. We want the credits, and they'll ask for the swaps themselves and be in contact with the state agencies sometimes. So there's a lot of eyes on it. I don't think that that was the issue, again, with the 21 and 2020 credits.
I know you're saying it was the pandemic, but I just can't see the evidence of that because I don't see anywhere else in the nation. So I'm uncomfortable because I don't see anything we're doing differently.
Well, they did it the year before.
So everybody else did it the year before, and
Yeah,
we're a year behind
everyone did it
everybody.
the year before.
And so, okay, same, but even the year before, again, from the entire nation, 11.4 million. So that's not the same level of issue that we had. And the entire
So we have
nation.
a very small amount of credits. If 3 projects are in development and they are experiencing the same circumstances, that will take all of our credits. It's not like we allocate all across 50 projects. The economies of scale is not the same as some other jurisdiction that has 100 million in credits.
Okay.
So that means that we have a more chance of risk, right?
But you believe with the processes that were in place, sounds like they're not going to change, that this won't happen again.
I don't know if it's going to happen again.
It can't happen again. So that's what we got to figure out. Like, what happens? We can't diagnose what happens. We can't fix it.
If we don't want it to happen again, then we've got to fix some of the market. We've got to address some of the economic downturns that we're experiencing. Because today we don't have a pipeline of other tax credit projects that we can place them in.
Okay. And I'll work to confirm that too, because that'll be helpful. All right, we can move to our bills now. Thank you, Director. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
I need water or something. Okay. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I'm Colleen Green, and I serve as the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Before I begin, I would like to thank everyone who testified this morning. DHCD's mission is to produce and preserve affordable housing opportunities for residents of the District of Columbia. So we appreciate the opportunity to hear from stakeholders and in continuing our partnership to advance our affordable housing goals. In my testimony today, I will provide our perspective on the bills under consideration, recommend changes to the proposed regulatory framework for tenant buyout agreements, and provide a brief highlight on the low-income housing tax credit program. DHCD supports the LIHTC Rent Stabilization Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2025, which explicitly clarifies what properties are exempt from the district's rent stabilization program. This bill makes permanent the emergency measure that Council recently passed to ensure a necessary correction to the recent DC Superior Court ruling that will restore certainty and clarity for our housing investors and support our ability to ensure we can continue to produce and preserve affordable housing in the district. The rules on rent restrictions for LIHTC properties are distinct from general rent control laws. As a result, the Rental Housing Act of 1985 has exempted properties receiving a local or federal subsidy, such as LIHTC, from the district's rent stabilization program for the past 40 years to avoid regulatory conflict. In August 2025, a DC Superior Court decision in Milestone East Capital II LLC versus Daniels overturned this longstanding exemption for LIHTC properties, jeopardizing private sector investment in affordable housing development. DHCD appreciates the Council's urgent attention on this issue by passing the emergency legislation, and we urge the Council to make this measure permanent to protect our affordable housing, maintain financial viability of affordable housing development, and uphold confidence in the district's housing programs. The Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Amendment Act of 2025 proposes to regulate tenant buyout agreements by establishing a tenant buyout notification program within DHCD to monitor and enforce compliance with buyout offers and agreements, prescribe new written disclosure forms, and accept filings and records of buyout offers. While we agree the policy intent of improving transparency and predictability for both housing providers and tenants in buyout negotiations is important, we oppose the bill in its current form, as it would place substantial new obligations that will create legal, administrative, and operational challenges. It also imposes limitations on buyout agreements that will produce negative effects in the DC housing market. A buyout agreement is considered a voluntary private contract between a housing provider and a tenant. The terms of these agreements can vary based on a myriad of factors, including the unique circumstances of the housing accommodation, including those of the tenant and housing provider, and conditions of the market. Buyout agreements not only arise in TOPA transactions, but also in building sales or lease terminations. Because the nature of a buyout offer entails voluntary negotiation, final compensation amounts and terms are determined by agreement between the tenant and housing provider in ways that meet individualized needs of each situation. Negotiations can result in outcomes that tenants need, such as building repairs, temporary housing, or relocation assistance, not strictly cash-only compensation. The fundamental characteristics of flexibility in buyout negotiations is what allows for the process to work mutually for tenants and housing providers. The legislation being considered today proposes new requirements in buyout agreements that abolish the flexible nature of voluntary negotiations, raise concerns for the housing market, and create significant legal risks. The proposal would limit agreements to cash-only compensation, taking away the ability for tenants to negotiate and achieve any form of non-cash support. It also requires agreements to provide compensation amounts that meet a minimum threshold and are limited to a maximum cap set by the Rental Housing Commission based on factors like tenant and household characteristics and comparable values of rental units. This raises concern and risk for maximum amounts to be too costly for housing providers or too low for tenants. This leaves a lot of room for disputes around the proper valuation of an agreement and the valuation method used. DHCD believes that this bill creates legal uncertainty, exposure, and potentially risks infringing on contract rights. By proposing required elements that constrain a buyout offer, the proposal takes away the ability for either the tenant or housing provider to negotiate contracts, raising legal concerns which may be subject to challenges. As buyout agreements are often considered enforceable contracts, DHCD has concerns this may infringe on the constitutional right to contract. Additionally, the bill sets new monitoring and enforcement responsibility of buyouts agreements that pose a considerable challenge for compliance and is without a clear and defined intended procedure or remedy of enforcement. If the bill's expectation of enforcement on this issue is to engage in litigation, DHCD is ineffectively positioned to fulfill this function as we do not have the authority, resources, or capacity to counsel and represent tenants. We share the committee's goal of providing safeguards for both tenants and housing providers in buyout negotiations. We agree with requiring disclosure notices to tenants prior to buyout offers and recommend for the notice to be provided in both English and the tenant's primary language with the inclusion of a list of legal service providers. However, creating new statutory duties and procedural requirements could have unintended consequences on the market, raise potential constitutional concerns, materially exceeds DHCD's capacity and funding, and will obstruct and prevent the opportunity for buyout negotiations to be successful. We believe more work should be done to ensure there will be no unintended consequences should this bill pass. I look forward to working with you and the committee on the measures to strengthen protections for our residents, our communities, and for the district's affordable housing investments. Thank you for your opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. And estimated about 99 buildings with over 11,000 units across DC could be subject to rent stabilization if all courts, if our courts all adopted the verdict or the milestone case, or if the milestone case is applied across the district permanently. How would rent stabilization impact the financial health and viability of these 99 buildings and 11,000 units?
This is in reference to the LIHTC.
Yes.
So it is already rent stabilized with the LIHTC requirements. So rents are not allowed to go above 60% of AMI, so it's already stabilized. And should these projects end their compliance period, they would go into rent stabilization and rent control.
For LIHTC buildings, what's the allowable increase in rent per year?
So the allowable increase in rent is based on the AMI, but it is only on the next vacant unit.
Okay.
So someone would have to vacate for the increase to happen.
So we heard from a witness today who said he's been in his unit for a number of years. Rent went from 800 something to 1,300 something. How would something like that happen in a, like he said he's in a LIHTC building?
Would the compliance period have ended? I don't know how long it's been a tax credit unit. It could have been one when he started. How long do you say he was there?
I'm not sure.
So if he's there close to the ended use agreement or the end of the compliance period, it could have gone up.
Okay, but not during the LIHTC period. Okay. And if the AMI doesn't change, is there an allowable rent increase for LIHTC buildings?
That's a good question. Is there allowable rent increase? I don't think so.
Okay.
It's changes with the AMI.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a sense of the difference between a rent stabilized rent and LIHTC rent in a comparable building?
So in the same building, or are you saying comparable?
Comparable.
I think that I don't know the average rent control, rent stabilized unit. I don't know what the average rent is for a rent stabilized unit.
I know it's all over the place, so.
No, I don't. It could be as high as and as low as, you know, I don't know what an average is for that.
The sense I get from some of the testimonies of folks who didn't like this bill is that they assume that LIHTC rents are much higher than rent stabilized rents. And I don't know how to assess that.
We could try to look at it. I don't know that that's true because there are so many different types of buildings and
Right.
so many different types of rent. I mean, there's a lot of units that are rent stable.
And anytime a unit gets vacated, that
can go
is
up.
the whole, okay. And do you have a sense, one of the points of disagreement is some folks don't believe that applying rent control or rent stabilization to LIHTC buildings would not impact the financial and physical health of the building. And some people do. What's your sense of that?
Applying rent control or
To-
rent stabilization.
Yeah, so rent control to
A LIHTC
essentially what this
building?
milestone case did. So you have a LIHTC building and we say, okay, it is now subject to rent control. Will that have?
So one of the things that's interesting to me is that low-income housing tax credit is based on Section 42, which is a federal law. So I don't know that the rent control can overtake the federal law anyway in a LIHTC building because the federal law would apply.
Right. I have the same assumption. The court came to a different conclusion.
So the court's conclusion was, if I understand it correctly, is that they should have registered the rent. It's because they were not registered. It's not that they wanted it subject to rent control. They considered it a subsidy that should have registered. And because it was not registered, then this properly registered, in their opinion, this person could not be evicted. That's how I interpret the law.
Okay.
It was about registering the actual rents.
Okay. Let me move to the tenant buyout agreements. How many full-time employees would DHCD need to stand up a new division handling tenant buyout agreements? And why would it need to be a new division?
We don't have lawyers that help to negotiate contracts for individuals or on an individual basis. We have no way to enforce that. We're not an enforcement agency. And tenant buyout agreements could be all over, like different numbers every year. There's no way to know how many lawyers you would really need for that.
And in what way would DHCD represent tenants?
We don't represent tenants.
No, with this legislation, you're saying DHCD would need to negotiate for, represent tenants.
Right, because this is supposed to protect them, right? They want us to look at the agreement to make sure it's fair. So that would be us interfering in a contract anyway. And then we don't have a way to enforce it.
What about the transparency piece that I spoke about with witnesses? Isn't there a benefit to tenants knowing what the buyouts were across the building?
Absolutely. And I think that you can have a disclosure agreement. I think when you have an initial offer, it should be posted and widely available to the tenants, and that could be a requirement. But then it will allow the basis for negotiation.
Right. I mean, that makes sense to me, negotiation, right? So if you and I live in the same building and you get $20,000 for a buyout, then I'm probably going to try to negotiate there. And then in response, they may say, well, Director Grains lived there for 20 years and
Right.
you lived there for
A
3.
week.
Yeah. So I think a negotiation makes the most sense. I don't think we can set a criteria that's going to apply to everybody, or, it would just,
Because some people that could benefit would miss their benefit and
Right.
vice versa. But I do think, they should avail themselves if they're unsure with legal help. And
Yeah.
so, or housing counseling services, and that could be part of the disclosure.
Yeah.
Here's the initial offer. Here's the housing counseling services or legal services that you can go to interpret it or help you negotiate.
Okay. So, I just want to confirm, DHCD does not have the in-house expertise or capacity to establish a division like this?
We do not.
And what roughly would the additional staff or resources look like?
I mean, we don't even have the skill set. It's just not something that we do. We'd be raising a whole nother division. Like we do transactions, real estate transactions, finance transactions.
And the constitutional challenges you mentioned is with respect to essentially government being in the middle of a negotiation between a tenant and a building
In a
owner?
private matter.
Okay. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions?
Great, yeah. Hopefully just one round of questions. So this question of how LIHTC and our rent stabilization framework intersect is proving complicated. I hear you that LIHTC project, the rents are stabilized, but they're not stabilized by our rent stabilized framework. And a lot of the conversation goes back, Ms. Pear, back to the rent registry. Like,
Did I bring her up? Because I know you like.
no, it's okay. And I can do it like this. I mean, it is so important that we get transparency into what's being charged for units in different circumstances, because I'm not even sure that rent stabilized units are always more expensive than market units, honestly. I think we really want to see the data on this. The rent stabilization framework.
But rent stabilized units can be market units as well, right? They could be market rate. Yeah,
Well,
they can reach the market rate rents.
Rent stabilized units may or may not be more expensive than unregulated units. They may be more expensive than a similarly situated market unit, depending on the history of the increases that have been taken. We just don't know. And so we're talking a little bit, that database, which I've asked for as long as I've been here, and we're getting there, and we'll be able to work with it more thoroughly, is so critical. On the LIHTC side, and I didn't ask you this before, and I'm not asking for specific numbers, but in the LIHTC world, how big are the different brackets? Like, what percentage of our LIHTC units are for 30% AMI, 50% AMI, 60, 80? What's that mix look like?
I would have to see if we could probably get that for you because there's annual reporting and certification, but there's the differences between when it started and over time, right? Because it goes up to the current 60% AMI and the next unit. But we can probably, I think we can get that information for you. But the one thing I do want to mention, some projects have income averaging. So they can do units and mixes that just make sure that overall the units meet 60% AMI.
Oh, so it could be, and then, so in a LIHTC building like that, if AMI went up a little, could that then authorize an increase in just a few units? The next unit that comes open, you could increase it by a bigger amount than the increase in the
We
proportion.
can only increase it on a vacant unit.
Right, so a unit becomes vacant, and you could be in a position where you could increase that enough so that you stay just below 60%.
The income averaging, yes. The
So you
income-
could have a pretty big step up in one unit.
But not with the same person.
But it's a vacant
Yeah.
unit. And the other thing, I am curious because in terms of about the mix of AMI distribution, and I hear you that the rent is set when the person moves in and it doesn't change until the next person moves out. And so that rent might have been 40% AMI when it was done, but now it's actually 30% AMI because AMI has gone up. So I hear you on all that, but the general distribution of the units will give an indication of what the kinds of rents are captured by those units to compare.
So I think that, so I'm need a little clarity because the rents are set at the 30% AMI level. So if you have 30% units, there's a rent. If you have 40% units, there's a rent. You cannot be, so that's how they're set. So,
Right.
and no unit can be more than 60% AMI. So I'm kind of trying to,
No LIHTC unit is over 60%.
no,
Okay, and I feel like I did the Lisner project, everything was 30 and 50.
Mhm.
And so I don't know how much of that is, but if they're all 30, 50, and 60, then the rents would be pretty low.
Mhm.
And so then again, you comparing it to what it would be in a rent stabilized setting, they may already be below the rent stabilized setting. I'm
Mhm.
very curious to learn about that. The other thing that I'm hearing from the conversation today, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it's not that the only increase can happen when AMI goes up. If the landlord is charging below the cap of what they could charge.
Mhm.
So, the calculation might be you could charge $2,000 a month in rent, but the landlord is charging $1,500, then the landlord could increase the rent by as much as 10% in a year on the same tenant because they're below the threshold. No,
not on the same tenant,
only when it changes.
if upon vacancy.
Okay. All right, I'm just not, and then the last thing is, even if the rent stabilized rent exceeded a LIHTC rent, so, under a rent stabilized framework, you, CPI plus 2%, maybe it's 3% CPI, 2 plus 2, 5% increase, that if that was gonna take you above what LIHTC would authorize under the AMI calculation, you couldn't go over that amount, otherwise you'd be
You'd be out of compliance,
with LIHTC.
right?
So LIHTC, under any circumstances, is the cap.
Yes.
The question is whether there are some circumstances in which rent stabilization would yield you a lower number. And it may or it may not.
But it wouldn't be in that same building, right? Because you could have some cross subsidy and some that aren't or are, but like it would stay with the LIHTC unit. So it's not like a LIHTC unit cannot become a rent stabilized unit without replacing the unit.
Yeah, I guess what the question is whether or not the rent stabilization framework should apply in a LIHTC setting. And your answer is no, and lots of people's answer is no, and I hear you, but I'm trying to figure out what the practical impact of it would be. And the practical impact of it would be in a building that's older than built before 1976, that then is renovated with LIHTC financing, that if the rent under a rent stabilized framework, so picking up the rents before the renovation and then applying the increases going forward, if that was lower than the LIHTC amount, then the tenant would see a decrease in the rent. If it were higher than the LIHTC amount would be the cap. Okay. Thank you.
If I understand your scenario correctly, I think so. That was very complicated to follow.
Forgive me. I love numbers.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I don't have any more questions on this bill, or these bills, so I want to thank you for joining us, Director Green.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now bring up our final government witness, Judge Adam Hunter, Chief Administrative Judge of the DC Rental Housing Commission. As you know, Judge Hunter, we swear in all of our government witnesses, so I will ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. And good afternoon, council members. My name is Adam Hunter. I am a proud to appear before the committee for renomination for chairperson and chief administrative judge for the Rental Housing Commission. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for this opportunity to serve the city for over 3 years and for the confidence to lead this commission as its chairperson and chief administrative judge for the last 1.5 years. My work on the commission and my ability to serve the city, which I love, has been one of the greatest professional achievements. I also would like to thank this committee and Chairperson White for holding this hearing on my nomination. I also like to take a moment to thank my colleagues, Judge Lisa Gregory and Judge Toya Carmichael, whom I have worked alongside during my time on the commission. Their professionalism, legal acumen, and well-reasoned discourse have strengthened the commission and the administration of the Rental Housing Act of 1985. We are able to effectively issue timely decisions and draft new rules because of the legal advisement of our legal staff led by General Counsel Daniel Mayer and Attorney Advisor Xavier Edwards. The commission is able to run efficiently day to day because of our clerk of the court, LaTanya Miles, and program support assistant, Alim Musawir. I want to reaffirm with this committee that my qualifications meets the legal and statutory requirements for the role of chairperson of the Rental Housing Commission. I am DC barred attorney in good standing, admitted to practice law before the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. I am a proud Ward 7 resident for at least the last 5 years, and I am neither a housing provider nor a tenant. Our small independent agency stands strong with 7 full-time employees. The commission acts as a specialized intermediate appellate court, hearing and deciding cases between housing providers and tenants where one or both parties are appealing a ruling by the Office of Administrative Hearings. Second, the commission determines and publishes the annual rent adjustment of general applicability for rent-stabilized units. And third, the commission is charged with issuing, amending, and rescinding regulations to implementing the Rental Housing Act. I'd like to discuss with the committee some of the commission's accomplishments since being first confirmed as chair and chief administrative judge. For FY25, we reduced the average amount of days to issue decisions to 297 days within our stated target goal of 340 days. We also issued 2 final rulemakings at the beginning of October, one completing updates based on the eviction record sealing authority and fairness and rental amendments of 2022, which went through several rounds of public notice and comment, and one implementing the fairness and stability and rental housing amendments of 2024. For the fairness and stability rules, we met our new goal of publishing the proposed rules in less than 90 days from the law's effective date. The commission has also championed access to justice. We started in March of this year with an in-office training session with all commission employees. We emerged from that training session with a new mission, new framework for how to communicate with residents, issuance of 3 new plain language guidance, so you want to be a landlord, both the short and long version, and mediation, a partnership with the Office of Tenant Advocate to find possible assistance for pro se litigants, and produce 2 guidance videos. We have entered 2 new MOUs, one with the Office of Human Rights to conduct conflict settlement conferences for their cases, and the Office of Administrative Hearings to conduct mediation for cases on appeal to the commission. For 2 consecutive summers, we have employed Howard University law students as summer law clerks and 1 summer law intern from Lincoln University. As chair, I have centralized and updated the commission's policies and record keeping. I have also re-implemented annual performance review for commission staff and oversaw the agency-wide technology upgrade. In FY26, the commission entered into an MOU with Octo to develop a public online searchable database for our cases. The project is expected to be under budget and using existing government resources to accomplish this goal. The goal is to complete this online database by the end of FY26 with minimal recurring annual maintenance costs. This concludes my testimony, and I appreciate this opportunity to share a summary of my education, training, and skills. And again, I thank you for your consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions. Chairman White.
Thank you very much, Judge Hunter. Appreciate you being with us and the work of the commission. What has been what's been your biggest accomplishment in your role as chair of the Rental Housing Commission so far?
Well, as I mentioned, I do think access to justice has been one of the cornerstones currently of my chairmanship. And I say this because, one, if you look at all judicial activities across the city, from OAH to Superior Court over to the Court of Appeals, the discussion has been, how do we make our processes through judicial courts more accessible to all litigants? With the Rental Housing Commission, we do see a good number of pro se litigants, both from landlords and tenants. And so trying to figure out, are we using the right language? Because as an appellate court, what we do can be complicated. We're dealing with legal findings and whether or not the record has been properly made at the lower court. So what we have to do is try to explain to litigants across the board who we are, what we do, and that we're saying in a way that they understand. And so when we did our access to justice training back in March, we brought in an individual that focuses academically and all professionally in trying to understand what is access to justice, and then what can we do from our program assistant who does our reception up to all the judges. Are we doing the things we need to do so that the residents of DC understand how to use our commission?
And is that your access to justice work that's ongoing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If reappointed, what's a long-term priority or project that you intend to focus on?
The other one I mentioned is the searchable database. So, and we've discussed this before during our previous oversight hearings, but all of our opinions are currently sitting on a public Google Drive. So the only way you're able to search our opinions or decisions or orders, you have to know the year in which the decision was made, whether or not it came to us in that year or not, and then to know to look for that specific case. So we've been working with Octo based off of our recent funding that we got in our budget to create a database so that it can be searched. And thankfully, our internal documents is in a Octo-based system, so they'll be able to use that as a basis of setting up our searchable website. And the other good part we like about this is that we're using DC resources. We're not going outside and contracting with outside vendors. And then the ongoing part of this is that they're looking to support this system going forward with minimal cost to the agency. So hopefully, as we continue to get the current ones in, we can go back and bring up all the older opinions into that system.
Okay. What's the timeline on that?
So we hope to have it up and running by the end of FY26.
Okay. And as you know, Judge Hunter, the committee received testimony in opposition to your nomination that contained several allegations. For example, it claimed that you failed to take leave from your government role while you were working and traveling as a law school professor, that you participated in political campaign activities without taking leave from your government role, that certain employees were denied the opportunity to request representation during workplace discussions, and that pertinent information was withheld from unions. Can you address the substance of these claims so that the committee can sort through how to move forward on this?
Yes, and number one, these claims are entirely false and completely unsubstantiated. And one part is some of these items are just conclusory statements with no specificity whatsoever. I can address my adjunct professorship at Howard. So I do teach a 1 credit a semester class that starts at 6:40 at night. And it's partly, I teach the tri-advocacy class where they do compete against other law schools across the country. But when I do have to travel or I do travel with the students, I put in my leave for that time. Understanding that I cannot work both my DC government job and a 1 credit class at the same time.
Some of the allegations cite information that should be easily verifiable through time and attendance records. As a follow-up to this hearing, can you provide records to the committee that show that you took leave?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. If there's anything else that you can submit or think would be helpful to the committee, please feel free to send that as well.
Yes, and I know that we're in constant communication with your committee. So if there's any questions about anything in particular, I do know there's one part of the allegations that's currently going through PERB, as well as other appeal matters. 2 of them which have already been closed out.
Okay.
But whatever information we can provide, we'll provide it to the committee.
I appreciate it. And so the public knows when we get allegations, we work through them with the relevant agency, with the appropriate investigative agencies. We ask about them in our oversight hearings. So I appreciate that. How many cases are currently pending in front of the commission?
I believe I don't have that exact answer on what's currently pending. I think when I checked earlier, it might have been about 7, but I can confirm briefly.
That'll be helpful. What's the anticipated timeline for issuing decisions for the outstanding cases? I recognize from your testimony, average decision time, I think, is 297.
Correct. That was for this last fiscal year. You know, we target 340 has been our consistent goal that's been stated both with our SMART goals with the committee as well as internally. And so we're still hitting that target. Cases fluctuate depending on complexity and time in, but we've seen a decrease in this last fiscal year.
Okay. And are there cases that are outside, that are not incorporated into this timeline?
No, I mean, all the cases we cite to are the ones that are currently decided within that calendar year.
Okay.
Or in that, the fiscal year, I mean.
Okay. Have you, what would it take to, I appreciate the work of the commission on reducing the time for the cases. What would it take to continue to drive down that time? Are there technology, resources, anything that could help drive that down even further?
No, I would note that within the statute, all judges are supposed to have a designated law clerk. We understand that budget-wise, that's probably not possible. We've been making do with having a general counsel and attorney advisor. Short of that, I think it's just staying on top of cases and then having internal controls as well. And so with the judges, we have talked about our own internal controls to make sure that we're monitoring our own cases appropriately.
Okay. How about whether there are any trends or recurring themes in the commission's recent cases that differ from prior years?
In terms of numbers or in terms about substance? I think substantively, the cases have been consistent in terms of the tenant petitions that we have in regards to sometimes the housing code violations and how they may apply. There's consistency there. I don't see anything different in terms of what it is we're getting necessarily in terms of like cases of first impression.
Okay. What's the core daily work of the commission? The caseload is relatively small. So how do you, what's the daily workload, and how do you measure whether the agency is operating efficiently?
Well, one is the daily workload is really based off of what the individual judges, I'll talk about the judges separately from the staff. So whatever the judges are working on could be a bunch of different issues within a particular decision. I think one thing is sometimes you think, well, it's just the one decision we're working on, when there's also other issues that may come up. So it could be orders or motions that are coming in regarding a case that could be dealt with. Sometimes there are discussions that are happening around cases and decisions, and we're circulating amongst ourselves, much like you hear how cases are circulated amongst other courts of appeals and Supreme Courts, trying to find consensus. We have throughout the year different things that come up. One is we have our CPI that happens, that gets dealt with by our general counsel. So that comes up at different points in the year. Regulations that are coming out, our discussions around the regulations and the implications. So like every day is not necessarily the same, but it all depends on what's actually on our plate for the day, and then who the case may be allocated to. The legal staff is working back and forth between different cases and regulations as well. And then our clerk of the court is taking in and monitoring a lot of different things, because when cases also that we've decided on gets appealed to the DC Court of Appeals, our clerk of the court has to go back and certify all of our records and sending that up to the DC Court of Appeals. And there's a lot of processes around that. And then because we're also just a standalone agency, we do have just the regular agency business that we have to attend to as a standalone agency.
Does it continue to make sense to be a standalone agency? Prior to me chairing this committee, this function was within DHCD.
Correct.
Does it make sense for the commission to be independent of DHCD still?
It does make sense to be independent because of the nature of the work that we do and the quasi-judicial nature of it. That needs to be handled separately from where the agency is, because particularly the regulations we're making, the things we're overturning, should be done separate and apart from DHCD. Plus, DHCD focuses mainly on the amount of housing that's out there. We're really focused on the laws and regulations around rental housing. This is outside of the expertise of DHCD and DHCD's leadership.
But if you all were inside DHCD, the expertise would be within the agency. So like with a little more specificity, why should the commission not be back within DHCD?
If anything, I could see the Rental Housing Commission maybe expanding itself in terms of maybe it's the other possible organizations that could be built within RHC. But going back within DHC, I don't know if that would necessarily produce a better result, a more efficient result. I think the items that we take care of within RHC, we're able to have MOUs with other DC agencies. But I think the independence, has been important to how we go forward with our work.
To part of your response, are there areas where we should think about RHC expanding its workload in ways that it could better support the public?
I think there's probably some things we could probably talk about and how RHC could probably effectively benefit the rent stabilization part of the government. I can't say precisely now, which parts of government could possibly be done. We're always looking for efficient ways as the DC government as a whole on how to better serve DC residents. But I do think there's probably ways in where we could better align ourselves in the rental housing market.
On the Tenant Buyout Agreement Transparency Act, that was the subject of much of the hearing today. The bill identifies some factors that it suggests should be part of buyout agreements between a tenant and a landlord. Things like the length of tenancy, household size. Do you have a position on this bill and specifically this aspect of the bill?
And I'll just first say, and I know I put this in my written statements, that as a quasi-judicial organization, we try not to make opinions on pending legislation, but we do comment on how, if any, it may impact our function as Rental Housing Commission. And I do know that this bill does specifically name a new function for the Rental Housing Commission. And I think there's factors 3 and factors 5 that I referenced. Part of the issue is we have to make a value judgment on the minimum and the height of a buyout. The problem with that is that we don't have the staff or the resources to actually effectively reach some of those conclusions. I don't think that the way it's been written is not a straightforward formula that I think needs some more specificity to it in order for us as an administrative body to understand how to put that value there. Different from where we have, our rent stabilization calculation, that's an easy one because it's CPI +2. Right. We can make an easy formula for that because council has made that very clear how that calculation is done. There's a lot of subjectivity that's still in this, and the factors that are there that I don't think is fully fleshed out for us to make rules and regulations around it.
Okay. What as we start to wrap up, is there anything that you'd like the public and the council to know about your leadership, and or about the commission as you seek reappointment?
So the last part again, I'm sorry.
Anything that you think the public or the council should know about your work or the commission as we consider your reappointment?
Yes. One is the employees, the staff, the judges that work in the commission are very committed to the DC residents. The discussions that we have are, we understand and listen to all sides from both housing providers and to tenants. And we really do think through and try to consider all possible ways in which our decisions impact the greater good of the city. Because we do understand that when we issue decisions, it absolutely impacts how housing providers go about their business. And it absolutely impacts how DC residents look at their housing providers, look at DC government, and whether or not the housing is also affordable because we deal with rent stabilization. And we do deeply think about these items. And this is why we're trying to make our process more open and so people understand what they're doing. I do want to mention this one other part too, council member, that when we did our coming out of that access to justice training and we redid some of our plain language guidance, we did one just on how to become a landlord. Because one of the issues we were seeing, even from what was coming to us, was that landlords were just getting it wrong. And so the best way for them to get it right is to make it plain. These are the things you need to have. If you want to go out and be a landlord, this is how you get to do it. Even using one of your recommendations that you gave us was, are you using AI? And we incorporated some of the AI suggestions that you made in trying to figure out how are we making this at a 3rd and 4th grade level. And then recognizing that we can have 2 different ways of doing it. We can have the long version for people that need more direction and a short version as a short guide. But all that's to be said that part of my leadership, part of who the commission is currently and going forward is that we are really here to serve the residents of DC so that they know that their government hears them, listens to them, and they want to make sure that they know that when it comes to housing, particularly rent stabilized housing, that we're here to make it better.
Thank you, Judge Hunter. I appreciate you being with us. Those are all the questions I have.
Yes.
And look forward to working with you and your team on this. As we wrap up this, our work today, I want to thank everyone, public witnesses, government witnesses, for being with us. For anybody who was not able to testify today, written testimony is welcomed and encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who is interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 2 weeks from today on Thursday, December 4th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. This concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 2:46 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.